Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team, the knowledge of the universe, more knowledge about ourselves, and we call this universal knowledge. So whether this plasma technology is shared in Brazil, Russia, China, And everywhere else on this planet and across the universe, apparently it's very similar and matches from our own cell up to the solar system, up to the universe, down to the atom. It's all the same. I was going to show a picture of a cell, but maybe we'll do that later. I guess it was colored in, but it certainly looks like a small, tiny universe, but operating the same way with the sort of the center energy in and around, or the nucleus in and around the center, and operating the same as the sun does with the earth and the rest of the solar system. And apparently the process carries on. And we're just sort of awakening to this. As Mr. Keshe concluded in this workshop, we have our physics kind of upside down, but at least we don't have it backwards. But this has limited us in our understanding how the process of creation works, where the energy is created first and the matter state appears later. But you just saw that. And as a matter of fact, let me just bring this back up again, because some of the apparently Chinese knowledge seekers have created a video. I'm going to put this in. It's on YouTube. We're going to put this in the chat. I haven't seen the video. It's been released a few days ago. And let me just, it's about, it seems like it's 3 hours and 27 minutes. Apparently this is going back quite a bit. I'll just, this is a TV channel. I think they're working. Anyway, this is about creation of gold, and it's probably a longer story. So we're going to put this in the chat. We're going to copy this. We're going to put this in our chat. People can look at that, because again, what he's showing us here with the reactors, and this is basically ourselves creating things within ourselves and the cells of our universe and within our own structure and so on. Those reactors are actually an example of you, and also an example how we create things out of energy before they appear in the matter state, whether it's something within your own body or in the dimension of energy that you operate in with your thoughts. So this is what we're carrying forward. So that will be in there. So we've had another example of a beautiful workshop that was created for us by Mr. Keshe. And of course, there's a lot of talk about this game of peace and enlightenment, which we're blessed to be able to help develop, support, and bring in, so that in the future, millions and billions of people can sort of extricate themselves out of poverty, but not only the poverty of the physicality, it's more in tune with the poverty of the mind. So this game has many far-reaching implications, applications, which we'll try to get into today. Of course, there's transmutation or transmission sessions being set up for next month, which actually they're going to be using the gameplay as part, and they're not going to be connecting on Zoom apparently. So this is another twist and another way of probably developing the idea of transmission of emotions through this gameplay. But it's all for peace and development, as I understand it. Of course, they're still looking for specialists in whatever area, even financing and having your manufacturing done just on your concepts or prototypes, perhaps, if they fit within the Keshe Foundation structure. Of course, there is also a blacklist within the Keshe Foundation of those who American scientists were mentioned, and some of the Belgians, perhaps, and the Ghanaians, and maybe some others, apparently, are those who cheat in this game of peace and enlightenment. But hopefully you won't be banned forever. You'll just be put into a penalty box until your monarchy or whatever else you may be supporting is disappeared. So I think there's room for all of us. And of course, there's room for the entire universe as this One Nation network, which is due to be released soon as a gameplay will come into more and more of its energy sort of dimension. And then the game will certainly liven up. But before we go any further, if anyone wants to say anything, we're going to read the World Peace Treaty, if anyone would like to read it. And again, it's all about peace and enlightenment, mostly for yourself first, and then the others. So let's just bring that up. And of course, we'll put this video in the chat as well. This is the creation of materials through fields. And of course, there's a corporation representing the Keshe Foundation technology. It's called the Markray Corporation, or markraycorp.com, which you can go on there and we'll show that. I'm just trying to find the chat. I have a lot of screens open. So let's just paste this in. I got a little better with this copy and paste. Every 5-year-old would be proud of me. So let's take a look at our World Peace Treaty, because that's what all of the systems within the Keshe Foundation store, and of course you can, everyone's familiar with the store, but you can take a look. All of the products are about elevation or enlightenment or bringing a peace within your own universe. And I think that universe exists between your two ears in a way. As we understand from this universal knowledge, man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And of course, if I was to bring up this cell right now, this was the picture I was talking about. I hope you can see that. That might be an old picture. I remember seeing something similar to this years ago. One knowledge seeker sent it to me. I think it was on Facebook. But you can kind of see, I guess it's not a dynamic or a video of it, but probably as we see cells and so on, it operates the exact same way, and it faces towards the center of the energy of the man, which we call the soul of the man. Every cell is sort of orientated that way. And then in the same process, that center of this cell reflects on all the different particles within the cell and causes certain things to happen. So it's a very, very similar process from the cell, even the atom, as we say. We see the solar, we see like a solar system in a way. And part of our understanding, which we've always heard before, which is if you don't understand it in the macro, you look into the micro. And what you don't understand in the micro, you perhaps look into the macro. And now we're seeing, at least I am, and many others are, I think, as well, the similarities to this process of creation. Slightly different, but all within another creation in so many ways. So I just thought I'd share that. That was the first time I was on Yandex, I guess. And very similar, but you can find those ideas of the cell being a galaxy and so on and so forth, or even a unicos. But this is the impetus of the Keshe Foundation, is to bring world peace. And the technology is given in exchange for peace. And maybe we get more of the technology understanding on the energy dimension when our universe becomes more peaceful. And the next sessions for the transmission sessions are about addiction, he said. And when I stopped and I thought about it, I said, I need that session because I'm addicted to stealing and killing, whether it's with my mind or with my physicality. And I think that can extend quite deep depending on how you look at it. So I'd like to become more peaceful, maybe still be in this environment, but not have the need to steal other energies from others in this process of killing, which again, we're here to enjoy the physicality, as we know, but I think we can enjoy the physicality without the sort of things that reduces the structure of our soul's existence, which apparently is about this stealing and killing. As he said, the soul can live quite a long time if we can learn to circumvent this process of releasing other energies before they're ready to be released. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on many of the websites or search engines. It's on the Keshe Foundation website as well. This is what the world leaders will endorse, either with a pen or with the pen of their soul. And of course, we have a process in actually helping them by elevating their souls every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time or Central European Time. And you can start to play with that energy dimension and use those cosmic rays that you're generating for a very positive idea. And of course, there's no blockage when you're operating on the cosmic ray level. And we know each one of us is a very soft target, generator of cosmic rays, but also a very soft target for cosmic rays, if you know how to play with them, apparently. But I think we all do, because when we do the elevation of the world spokespeople or world uh, leaders, we're making that connection in a way, as I see it. So we're just exploring the energy dimension in this process. So becoming more peaceful within your own universe, or carrying perhaps that universe, again, located within the skull of the man in the dimension of energy, creating a peaceful universe that when you go into your next position, uh, you've started with a peaceful universe in a way, or a peaceful creation. Would anyone like to add anything before we read the World Peace Treaty, or would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? If you're for peace and freedom, proudly open your mind. I know I'm not the only one here for peace and freedom and enlightenment and development. Okay, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Again, very straightforward from this point on behalf of, and after signing this treaty, once you've had it witnessed, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to the fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So, by endorsing this, either with a pen or just with the pen of your soul, you've actually created sort of a reactor, or perhaps some anomaly where you start to think, how peaceful am I? And of course, there's much more in this, and much of it has to do with our thinking, as we do much more thinking than we do speaking, and much more speaking, I think, than we do acting. So this is where we're trying to create a peaceful universe. And again, there's many systems like the game of peace and enlightenment that will help us reach this sort of ethos within ourselves. So this is what we're promoting, and I think it's becoming, at this point in time, especially if you're under any sort of bombardment, if you hadn't thought of it before, you're certainly thinking about peace now. When will peace arrive? But this has been the condition on this planet for millennia. Apparently 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years. So even by gifting the advanced technology to humanity, without this elevation into the peaceful condition, we'll go right back to what we're seeing today, on the verge of destroying one another, or taking out 100 million people or 200 million people, and maybe things will settle down. But this is where we are, and this is why we're working on elevating the other souls. And in that process, we become elevated. We call that creating this dome of peace on this planet. Something is we can do with our physicality, and also as releasing the Gans waters, which we'll hear later, and then something we can do with our energy dimension, which we're starting to understand that we're all chameleons, meaning we operate in two dimensions, and we can switch back and forth between those dimensions. But it's, again, quite foreign to me in a way, but I'm getting a little bit more used to it and seeing how things are developing. Anyone want to say anything about world peace? This is the mission of the Keshe Foundation. It's not the end of the mission, but it's to get us to the next step of interaction with the universal community more. And I think that's on that dimension of energy, although there's many in there in the physicality as well. But this is one of the reasons that they're shy to show themselves, because of this killing and eating they see on this planet. Of course, it's the most beautiful place in the matter state, but a very harsh environment. And so this is one of the reasons that once we become peaceful, I think we'll find out we have a big brother in a way, although they are all equal to us. And maybe we have some facets that they're interested in as well as we start to come out of this little speck in the part of the Milky Way into the bigger city of the universe. And again, I think that universe, as he said with the soul, has every GPS position across the universe. So you're carrying it all within you. It's just a matter of the keys to open it up. And one of these keys is a major key is becoming peaceful. So now we see why we haven't gotten too enlightened, because that's part of the being peaceful. Peace brings enlightenment, enlightenment brings peace. So we haven't seen it, and they go to frivolous wars for no real certain reasons that we know of, let's say. Although apparently in the background there's many reasons. So anyone want to add anything? And of course, it's quite a task to get an unruly planet full of greed and taking into a planet that becomes loving and giving and charitable towards one another, again, with your emotions, with your words, with your thoughts, with your actions. So it's a big project, but we're at the beginning of it, and we're privileged and humbled in a way to be early pioneers in this sort of process. But the game of peace and enlightenment will allow the delivering of the technologies that it can't be interfered with. As we see, many things get blurred or interfered with. Even the news, so to speak, if you want to call it that, it's quite blurred. So, and if you're asking about this game of peace and enlightenment, I know somebody wanted us to put in this in, and I think I can bring up the other one as well. We'll put this in the chat. Apparently right now there are 3 servers, one for India, one for the US, and one for the world. Now let me see if I can just go to the start page, and we'll just bring up the world. Let's see, worldgetplasma.org. So if you're not in the United States, I guess, or you're not in India, I guess, they're recommending that you sign up for the world plasma. Although there'll be, I need to close this, and we're just going to put this other link. Anyone want to say anything about US Get Plasma, World Get Plasma? Do not sign up for more than one server, as that's considered sort of cheating the game in a way, or some people have, maybe knowingly or unknowingly, signed up for both versions trying to collect. But yeah, you'd start out as a new player, put your information in, get registered. And if you're going to come into the transition sessions, or transmission sessions, shall we call it, you will need to, if you were going to sign up for the transmission session, these monthly sessions are helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free. If you're going to sign up for the next session, or you're going to buy a gift card for someone to attend this session, they're going to need to be a part of the game of peace and enlightenment. As Mr. Keshe said, they're going to do this 2 or 3 or 4 hour session through some sort of game. So you'll have to be registered and be part of this game if you're going to take part in that session, as it'll be almost an individual consultation of what perhaps you needed. He said it was for addictions. And if you've already had your addiction relieved, he said, don't come in. Otherwise, we can reset it. And apparently they've seen this before as well. I know somebody was talking about computers and problems with this game, and they're not being fixed, and they're getting reset or something, or the same problem is recurring. But that was mentioned about the transmission sessions. Any comments? So the gameplay will be used. And of course, this is what we've mentioned. I think this game will, once energy, yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I have a computer that has a fan if absolutely needed. And normally it runs very cool. And when I was using the beta version, it was getting very hot. So I went to the shop and I asked, and he said, no, if they're testing a game, you may find that the software will cause some heating. So I put it in a kind of like on the top of something that has an underneath is clear space,
Right.
and it took care of the problem. But if you do note that, then that's apparently what happens when they're testing.
Yeah, I've had the game running in the background and it seems like my power is drained quicker from the iPad, let's say. And it does seem at a couple of times, even probably because I had a number of windows open, leaving the game idle or whatever in the background, it's heated up. And even to the point where it said charging paused until the iPad returns to the correct temperature. So it's an older one, so maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know. But you have some newer equipment, don't you, Gail?
Yeah, it's a fairly strong one,
Right. So
and
it
sorry, I couldn't hear.
no, it takes a bit of bandwidth or power from your computer because your computer actually becomes part of the game as I was understanding it, but maybe I have that wrong. I know the network is part of it, but they were saying how your computer can be a node in the game that as far as taking the game or hacking, it can't happen. But again, I understand very little of these mechanisms, especially future developments, what's going on now. Anyone with any sort of computer savvy, I've been trying to get more unconnected from the computer, and maybe that wasn't wise because now I can be compromised much easier, but I've always wanted to become more unconnected for some reason. Yes, Carolyn or anyone? I see your mic came open.
Yeah. For one thing that I was just going to mention in a chat, and the chat wouldn't let me. It said that you don't have the chat turned
Oh,
on or
sorry, I
something.
forgot to enable the chat. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you for helping me. It's enabled now.
And yeah, and maybe you can help me. I don't know. I'm not able to log in, and I went to the US site
All right.
when I found it, and it really fixed all my format issues that I was having. I couldn't see either sidebar in the world.
Yes. Yes, sometimes that happens, Carolyn. I noticed as well that the sidebars disappear as I increase the screen or decrease the screen, and all I do is just click out of that window and go back and hit my bookmark for it again and bring the game back up. Not so much.
No, I can't log in now. I don't know what to do about not
Okay,
being able to log.
let's play that little game for a few minutes. Let's go to our settings and let's log off, which I've already done. Every day you can earn 200 ACC. So now, are you trying to get into the new version? You would become a new player. So you saw that I clicked on new player. And let's just put our cursor here. So you would use your existing username or create a new one. Let's tab over. This is not okay. So then you put in your password. Let's tab again. And then you would confirm, I guess, your password. This is as a new player now. So let's tab again. And now you're going to enter your first name, tab again. Now you're going to enter your last name, tab again. Now you're going to enter your birthplace. Then you're going to tab again. And now you're going to, if you click on this, you can pull up and scroll through all this. let's see,
Yeah.
your birth date, which
Yeah, I did all that. I did all that.
okay.
And then it
Now,
came down to,
now, okay, you've got all this. You've put your email address in here, correct? This is
right.
the next part. Now, this is the part where you have to send verification email. So,
Mm-hmm.
what's going to happen is they're going to pick this up. They're going to send you back an email. And in
Mm-hmm.
that email is going to have a code. You're going to
Mm-hmm.
copy that code and you're going to put it in. There's a spot for it. I guess once you get the email, it pops up. I'm not
Right.
sure.
There is a spot for it, and it wouldn't take it. It would not take my paste. It would not take my paste.
Okay. Yeah. It took mine, so it does work.
Yes,
I
it
had to
worked
do
for
it
me before.
twice. I had to do it twice. Maybe I didn't copy it fully the first time or didn't do something right, or I really didn't copy it and was trying to paste something else in there. Anyone can offer Carolyn any thoughts, suggestions.
Take a
Um,
picture and try to do it manually.
Ooh,
Take a picture of the code and then just copy it or print it in instead of copy paste.
okay.
Okay,
Suggestion.
that's a good suggestion. I did think of that. Um,
Sometimes copying operation, you copy a space, and when you copy a space, then what happens is that it gets added to the code, and the code is no longer valid. You don't see spaces often, so it happens.
I've done many
Just
times, not realizing that I copied a space and saying, you know, throwing something at my computer. Not really. You know what I mean?
and
I thought
also,
it
did
But the
you
was too.
operator,
start?
it's the operator,
Um,
me, not
did
the.
you start with the beta version and then you had
Yes, I
trouble?
already was working on it. I
Okay.
was spent
Well,
several days
I
doing
did
that.
something. I did something a little bit stupid. When I went back to do the version one, starting it all over, I put in a short name instead of the long name I had, and then I didn't, under name, and it was my email address first time. Then the next time I changed and took off at gmail.com, so I only had the first part. I put as the name my full computer address, and of course I couldn't get in because I had made a change. So just double check or think back. Did you make any kind of change when you were signing in as a new player for your version one?
I did because they said my password wasn't strong, and so I just added something to the password. But then when I tried to use it, I guess maybe I have to go back and redo the whole thing over again. I don't know. I think that was what it was. But I tried using
Could
the
be,
old
could be.
password, it didn't work. So nothing worked. No authorization was not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. And I kept thinking, oh my gosh, what have I done? And then it suddenly hit me. I made a change. And the
Mhm.
name, I was trying to think of my email address and forgot that I had taken off the last part. So once I changed that back to the new version, I was fine.
Okay, so I was thinking when I couldn't paste it on there that they were programmed to not let me do another login like I was going to be
I don't
two
think
people
so.
or
I
something.
did it a couple times. One thing we know about Carolyn is she's not a quitter.
I am pretty
Maybe you've got
persistent.
many in there.
Yeah, I'll just keep playing with it and
Yeah.
see what happens.
Okay, you
So
you can try anything now if you'd like, and maybe we can offer some assistance. But it's usually the operator and not the not all the time, as we pointed out earlier. There are some bugs in here reoccurring and so on. But most of the time, as I like to say, or I heard from a Native American, it's not the arrow, it's the Indian.
Yeah, and I think about that as being United States, where that extra 8% goes. I would love to have it go to the Cherokee Nation, and I don't know if I can set that up or not.
Well, Rick was talking about they may unite, and this could be once we get a bank account for those nations. If they unite as one nation, there'll be free money pouring into that account because they have many people with a lot of time and not a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
again,
yeah.
be motivated to play. And they already have sort of that energy understanding in a soft way, not the way fully we do, but certainly have an understanding like of an energy dimension and a respect, even though they fought each other and so on and took prisoners and the rest of these things. They have quite an energy or a spiritual understanding, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're directly connecting to the Pleiadians.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All the time. When I was talking to one of my elders about the Enlightenment, or what was in it, the first ship we had, and that it was going to fly to the moon in a minute, and she just said, "That sounds about right."
Yeah, absolutely. Once this can come in again, if they knew how the creator travels, they wouldn't be in the craft. And this is part of the exchange that we're going to do with humanity and some of those who travel in a craft. All the universal community members don't travel in a craft. If the universe is only 5%, that means a very small percentage of them. But they have huge understanding, as I understand it, of magnetic field manipulation. And we're going to share with them in a way the understanding of transmutation, which they haven't fully figured out in a number of ways, but they certainly have figured out a lot of other things as we understand the story of the
Oh,
three
yeah.
through.
Okay, I have to go because I'm getting a
Yes,
call. So thank
no
you.
problem. No problem at all. We're looking for more and more interactions, even to the point as already occurs apparently in the universe. We talk about, a Chinese marrying an American, an African marrying someone else from Brazil, but apparently it's been going on this way in the universe between civilizations that are peaceful, creating whole new entities that never existed in the creation before. So this is what, and apparently in the longer term, once we become more peaceful, man will be the most loving creature in the universe. Once we can get this certain elements out of our structure. So perhaps we're going to be falling in love not only with each other on this planet, but creating new creations. And again, they don't create the way sort of we create. It's through an energy dimension or immaculate conception in a way. They don't appear to have the apparatus to sort of engage through the physicality. We could put it that way. So this is the game of peace and enlightenment. It's in its infancy. Give the foundation 12 to 24 months to smooth it out. But this is the way people will start to bring themselves out of physical poverty as well as poverty of their thinking, which is more what this all is about. Because as we think it, we bring it. We create it in the same way. Any thoughts, comments about the game?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we were talking about the card that you have to be able to play and store your FCCs, I guess your cash coin. So I don't know if we can ask, I guess we have to check and see if, because a lot of people here don't have, I guess it would be
I don't
around
have
2000.
I don't have
Yeah,
one.
they don't have the money to pay for a card of
Right.
recognition. Yeah, so we have to check and see if they can still play. They
Yes,
may not be able to take full part, but how do we,
they can.
can they use the cash coin that they earn to
Yes,
pay for that?
I believe so. Mr. Keshe said that they're going to be gifting the 1,000 Keshe coins to some children in Africa to start with, and that they didn't need a wallet and the parents had no control over it. It was just for the child. So
Yes,
it will
that's
be
the best.
stored
Yeah.
within the game and no one can use it except the child. I guess when it
Mhm.
becomes age of realizing that it's a millionaire virtually, or has enough
Or
resources.
purchasing something
Yes.
in a proper shop that only that product will be given in exchange.
Mhm. So again, this is the biggest gift Mr. Keshe could give humanity. There's a central systems and there's no servers or systems, let's say. I'm saying to bring through technology of feeding, of energy, of travel. There's going to be no individual reactors in Brazil, in the United States. It's all going to come from a central system. And this way, it's all going to be delivered through the cosmic ray technology, can't be interfered with. So we have a golden opportunity to bring this for future citizens on this planet, or perhaps even your grandchildren. And if you have that emotion to live long enough, you can perhaps be here for the harvest of it all. This is what we're calling the One Nation Network. Again, you can read about it here. I'm not sure they've gone up a bit. They're €3,000 plus the value added tax, but you will become, and you don't need one of these to play the game whatsoever. These are just the independent sort of computer network or grid mesh network that's being set up on the planet. He's mentioning 10,000. I'm sure we're not halfway there yet, but it may even extend to more. And it may even extend to these networks being put in other locations within the solar system and perhaps even the galaxy, as was mentioned by Mr. Keshe himself, for sure under the oceans, because even the fish and the other creatures of the water environment, let's say, have to go through the same sort of processing in a way through this cosmic ray network. And of course, as you understand, or we understand, the soul has just taken this shape because it passed through the fields of this planet. So as we are in a different soup or an adjusted soup of cosmic rays, we'll just naturally start to behave better, to be perhaps more inquisitive of universal knowledge, aware of our selfishness and greed more and more. So that's what the cosmic ray, it's not going to be hitting everyone over the head with a hammer or a magic wand and it bumps it into them. No, it's actually a complete scientific method of how this process is done. And I'm sure it's tailor made for each one. As we understand, this universal teacher, Mr. Keshe, has been doing this for quite a long time around the universe, joining certain matter state communities with their bigger family, let's say, which we're still in denial that they even exist, even though we're coming a little bit closer to having a disclosure of some sort. Steven Spielberg has a movie coming out, and I'm looking forward to. Musk said he had something enormous to announce on April 1st, so that's coming up very shortly. We'll see. And there's other technologies, not only within the Keshe Foundation, but outside of the Keshe Foundation. But eventually, I think they'll all be subsumed, as he said. It will. This technology will touch every sort of product we can think of, and that's why he's encouraging many to offer their dreams or something they'd like to create or the prototypes for review and see if at this time it fits with the Keshe Foundation. As he said, the logo can't be copied and neither probably will the product so easily. But on another hand, he said once they release the energy technology, it will be copied quite heavily. And maybe this is the time that because of our need for energy, which is first of all being increased price wise, but even if you have the money in the future, that energy from that sort of petrol will not be there. Or it'll be there, but it'll just be so expensive that you can't afford it. So this may be the time for some new energy technology to start coming out. And again, as we understand, the energy of the universe is free and unlimited. And this is one of the reasons our physics and the rest have kept us backwards, that we didn't think there was any other source than burning the wood or using nuclear or whatever. Even though nuclear is about 20 million times the density of, let's say, coal and so on, we can go past that by orders of magnitude with plasma technology without destroying and without harming and without polluting. And it goes in the energy dimension, it goes in the health dimension. Mr. Keshe mentioned the medical and so on. So instead of listening to me, which must be boring, how come nobody said, let's listen to Mr. Keshe? Should we go to the announcements or shall we listen to the teaching? It was only about 30-something minutes, maybe 35, 38 minutes. We can listen to the teaching and then go into the announcements, or would someone like to hear the announcements, which are about maybe 16 minutes? Drum roll. Gail, I know you wanted to hear the teaching, so perhaps we can go to the beginning of the teaching. What I'll do is I'll bring up the beautiful transcript that's been provided to us by knowledge seekers who are working in that direction, and it becomes very useful. I've heard many people reading through sometimes Mr. Keshe talks slowly, but that's deliberate, and he uses very extended pauses in the rest. And some people like to go to the transcript. Whatever way it works for you is perfect. This is what this knowledge and understanding is all about. The way it befits you, not the way I tell you to think about something. And this is where you gain that sort of critical thinking, that you don't need the intermediaries. And of course, you're already connected to the Creator. So what greater gift could we start to realize? Okay, so let me bring up the transcript. And we're starting right here. As I said, I think it goes into about 30-something minutes. Feel free to stop it. Any other requests before we do this? Again, this was the overall teaching. These teachings will be opened up for at least weeks in the future, perhaps months, years, decades, and even centuries. Some of these teachings will be opened up because what we think he was implying may not be exactly what he was implying. And as your knowledge in this grows deeper, the words or the sentences and so on have a different meaning as your knowledge increases. And of course, everyone takes what they can. But the new way of teaching, as he mentioned in the announcements, I think it's going to come through the cosmic ray structure. And of course, as you transmute, you don't need to learn another language, as that will be conveyed through the cosmic ray or from the soul of that area and its population somehow through the cosmic ray. So does that mean when I leave China, I will not be able to speak to another Chinese person in my community because I'm really not there and I don't have the look or understanding of the culture, the customs, the foods, and the rest? Or will that knowledge carry with me? Anyone? Will I be able to go into my local Chinese buffet and start speaking Mandarin with them? Or would that only be available while I needed it in China?
Does it mean the environment that we're standing in? Well, maybe if you're in the shop, the people will actually have a soul of that area. Maybe it'll continue. I wonder how that will work.
There's a lot of surprises that are going to be coming up. I'm sure Mr. Keshe is more than tickled, but yet very patient in bringing this out. As he said, it's not going to happen tomorrow. So be patient. And as he told us in Sanya, you knowledge seekers are much too much in a hurry. And of course, we all are, just like as we're going on the trips in the car as a child. When are we going to get there? When are we going to arrive? How come we're not there yet? You told me it was only this amount of time, so on and so forth. So patience apparently is one of the, and Mr. Keshe says he's been quite patient, and this is part of this process of creation as well. I guess to do it the right way. How many times have we learned when we rush a project, it's not as good as when you sort of take it a little bit slower, where you can work with all the different aspects to that project in more detail rather than just whipping it all together in a few minutes. And gee, it's very interesting. It works that same way with preparing meals. Actually, energy and emotion is transferred into meals. And I think they've tested that before. So there's so many things that are being opened up to us that we've never even considered because we've been blind to the energy dimension, which perceives the matter state of the object. Even though I believe that object carries the principal matter in it as well, that hit with the right energies, it can actually go from matter state right directly back into the energy dimension, or perhaps do it within itself. So we're huge cosmic ray generators, low energy nuclear reactors, the most illegal thing. We just haven't understood our structure and based our knowledge on matter state understanding and man's physics, which you'll hear at the end, or I could even go to it now, of our own physics has either knowingly or unknowingly, but the dimension of creation of matter state, our scientists tell us we have 2 moons, 1 orbit and 4 in orbit, 2 and more rubbish behind it. That has changed us to understand the science of the physics upside down in respect to the dimension of energy and the matter. And then he asked Rick to take us for a break. So our whole understanding, again, I'm not a nuclear physicist, I'm just a plasma scientist, and we all are in so many ways. So thank you for being here and exploring more and more about yourself, the universe, creating this whole structure that in the future, or if you're here, perhaps you could be here if that emotion to survive is strong enough and you can keep it together if you want to be in the matter state. But again, going into the energy dimension is beyond our comprehension of physical existence in the matter state. So it's beyond the imagination. And so we're just getting opened up to this, again, broaching the subject rather deeply, but at the same time softly, but continually and collectively, as I see it. Anyone else? All right, let's hear from Mr. Keshe.
My name is Rick Cremond, and I'll be your host once again in this weekly series of ongoing workshops. And once again, of course, we are joined with Mr. Mayran Keshe, and he'll be presenting the latest and greatest from the Keshe Foundation and from the world of plasma. Hello, Mr. Keshe, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, we welcome you back as usual. We dig deeper in the knowledge of creation. As in the past sessions, we understood the connection between the soul of the planetary system and the galaxies and the universe. Now, if you look at the connection, how this is connected to body of the man, the soul of the man, and how does the soul of the man connect to the cell of the man, and in what combination that we decide in what cell to be which part of the body, and what determines to be the cell of a kidney organ, the cell of a brain, the cell of the skin of the man. And then what comes important, how these are connected to the soul. As we said before, every structure has a soul. So it comes down to understanding the cosmic ray connection between the soul of the man and the cell of the man.
So that's why you saw in the opening video that this is how everything is created, including cancer. So in a way, unless it's environmental or perhaps past, I don't know, perhaps genetically we seem to be able to create our own demise in a way. Or we can create our own elevation, depending on how that sun is shining on the cells.
It's the same order. There's no difference. As the environmental gravitational inertia dictated the creation of the universe in the unicos, and then the gravitational magnetic field and inertia field strength decided on how a galaxy is created in a given position, and then the same how a solar system and how the planet Earth and then how the soul of the man is created. It's the same goes for the cell of the body of the man.
And when you hear soul, of course, we're non-religious, non-racial sort of organization. So this is not a religious teaching. Again, we're calling it soul because that's what it's referred to here on the planet. But in the universe, they refer to central energies of an entity, which seems to be more correct for us. But because I guess we've been used to this soul, they use it in this, but it's got nothing to do with a religion in a way.
Then we understand from the beginning, from the point of the creation to its subordinates and subdivisions, there is a common denominator which sits in the factor of the ray of the creator. It's like a bracelet you wear, and it's got little pieces on it. All these pieces are connected with a chain, by the chain, to make that brace. And then we understand that we all are connected through the same chain, same central energy field, together to the Creator. Even a cell of the body of the man carries a cosmic ray connection to the soul of the man and up to the planet and the solar system and upwards. But what becomes important to understand what happens within the structure of this cell. What dictates what stays at what position? Why do we have solar systems in cluster of galaxies? And then why do we have a cluster of galaxies in the unicos and in the universe? And in the same way, this cell of the man is created from cluster of energies.
So even our own cells are created first through the collection of energies or interaction of energies. This is just another picture from Yandex of a cell probably stained to look this way, but you can certainly see all these meteors in the center and the rest of it. Just referring back to this, we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul or the central energy. But I think that's another beautiful example, as he said, about tuning, where we're kind of like those old radios with the dial on the side, where we have to tune in, and only you're the best at doing that for yourself, not me. So it's about us tuning our own systems, but we're getting some help in tuning the brain, I think, through the game of peace and enlightenment. So it's made easier. The way is made a bit easier for us.
And some solidify, some stay higher speed energies, some become given position according to the field strength of the environment. And it's exactly what we have. We have the earth, the moon, the sun. We have these central energy fields with a direct connection to the soul of the cell of the man, which their position decides, dictates outside the environment and inside condition themselves, which means the outside environment, what they give out, dictates that they become a cell of the kidney. But internally, they have to keep a structure slightly different than the cell which is in the liver. They don't mix, and we have a neutral material. In the world of the creation, we call this neutral material cosmos, superfields, separation between the galaxies, separation between the solar system, separation between the planetary system, and in the body of the man, we call it lymph.
So again, from the cell up in the body, they call that the largest organ, apparently, is that lymph, or this fluid that, of course, in the universe, it's not so much a fluid, it's more of a fields and interaction. And again, a beautiful example of the bracelet, where the creator at the beginning releases a field of rays, and all those little charms that we see coming off the bracelet and dangling, those are all, I would say, the preemptics, or the interactions from the original cosmic ray, and it all returns back to its source and links back. So another beautiful example or analogy or pedagogical type of using of this bracelet to teach.
In a way, there is no difference. Transparent, no identity. But when it reaches a point of given time, space, and place, and position, manifests itself as dust on earth. In a way, the similarity and the work is exactly the same. We look into the cosmos, we see the transparency of the structure. We can see planetary systems, we can see galaxies deep in depth of the universe. We look inside the body of the man, we see lymph, transparent, and everything else floats in it. But what dictates this? And what is the connection in every structure of the body of the man with the cosmic ray? How does our soul and the operation of itself within the structure of the cell creates the soul of the cell, and then the same operation? New scientists open a cell and they say, oh, it's got this in it and this is structure. They open a molecule and they say they see this and that. And we accept it. They tell us there are this twist and that canals in this cell of the body of the man, and it repeats itself. As we see the creation of the steps to get to this point itself goes back in understanding the interaction of the fields, cosmic rays. In a way, our body, the cell of our body, is decided by the soul of the cell, but in conjunction with the soul of the body of the man, in conjunction with what we call the soul of the planet and upwards, we discussed before. Then it comes to a very fantastic concept of understanding, which we have never considered. If and when we understand that we have energy side, we call the soul, and we have a physical side, we call the body of the man, when our body, our life in the soul of the man comes to its demise, given time, as we said before, like the skin of the man every 28 days, the soul has 50, 60, 70 years, depends on one condition. And then what decides the age, the life cycle of the soul?
Now, hasn't he said the soul is just has as much life as the creator has in it? So now here he's saying, what decides the life cycle of the soul? obviously it's not 50, 60, 70 years. That's the physicality. But the soul age, what decides that life cycle? Which apparently this is again gaining an understanding of immortality in universal knowledge dimension.
Is it that we, even as a human being, are a cell in the structure of the work? Or are we parasites to this structure of the work, which the earth is the subject and the object, and we are parasite living on it? We look at a piece of bread, it's there, but when we look at it, we see different things moving inside. It's exactly what we do. Humans, we are the parasites of this planet. Doesn't matter what, in different shapes. We have different microbes and different bacteria. We call us fish, dog, and the rest. But what is our connection? We go very deep in understanding the work of the field, because even though we found the soul of the cell, how does the soul of the cell works with these new scientists call it upquark, quarks, and the rest of it? So everything we see has another stage of the soul of itself within it. We see the sun. Upquark is the earth. With it has the moon and other objects on it. There's no difference. We see in this solar system, we call the cell of the man, different planetary system with different characteristics, and how they dictate their position and their strength dictates how this cell reacts, dictates how the solar system reacts. It's all the same. The whole purpose of the teaching of today is to understand simple. From inner sanctums of the simple energy fields of the cell of the body of the man and his subsidiaries to the biggest galaxies and universes in the structure of the universe, in the structure of the creation, we all are connected. We all stuck on this chain of the bracelet, which starts with a big nugget and connects it to the next, and then it comes back a full circle to join that big nugget.
Somebody once referred to the creator as just a very large neutron, which just keeps splitting and splitting, but maybe it's a very small neutron and just keeps splitting and splitting and splitting, and the process carries on its own.
And I have a question. Does it mean that we've got that bracelet and we start off with a big nugget and we move down, down, down a circle until it becomes the smallest? And then is he saying that we go back up in that circle, we retrace our steps until we get to the big step? Or is it like the pH scale where you jump from 14 right back to 1? So you go from the littlest to the biggest. I'm just wondering how that works.
Thinking of the easiest example is the rain. You know, it gets pulled up into the cloud and the cloud moves to another location and releases. It's back and forth. This is the process of creation, never ends. So how about on the pH? Anyone want to say anything? Is this where it flips over? Or perhaps goes from energy into matter state? As you reach up into the 14s, then in the alkali condition, then it flips at some point back to an acidic environment. So yeah, it all comes from the creator and it all eventually returns to the creator. So it's just one huge bracelet with all its little charms and subdivisions on that bracelet, which eventually go back into that cosmic ray and back to its source.
Yeah, and the creator is the smallest and weakest.
Yeah, I think this is what he was trying to show the process of creation in Beijing, that it doesn't start from a big object and breaks into little things. It starts from the smallest and the weakest, and it builds up in interaction with itself and its environment into flipping over in the matter state. Is that what we call going from, let's say, acid to alkaline? Is that the flip when those specks magically appeared on the screen that weren't there? Alex has opened his microphone. He has an understanding of this.
Well, this is a very important question. We have to understand that the acid and the alkaline balance is the equivalent of a mag-grav. So when we think of the acidic as being magnetic and the alkaline being gravitational, and we understand that the two coming together create this mag-grav condition. So it isn't a matter of flipping from alkaline to acidic, it's not a matter of flipping from gravitational to magnetical. You always have that gravitational certainty. And the question then becomes, what condition are we talking about? So in the condition of energy, we are undifferentiated. In the condition of physicality, we are differentiated. And that differentiation then manifests into whatever we want it to be at that point in time, determined by the environment and the condition of that environment. So the existence is in the balance, and the balance is never perfect. So when we look at the pH scale and we say, well, that 7 is the midpoint, you can't pinpoint that midpoint because the left side and the right side are never equal. You can't have any 2 points the same. So even an infinitesimal difference is a difference, and that difference is what creates the mag-grav condition. So the thing is that when you look at the pH scale, and what is indicative of it is that 7.46 is the healthy blood serum pH. But when you look at the neutrality of water, 7 is the ideal pH. So that 0.46 doesn't seem to be significant, but it is because the 7.46 is slightly alkaline, which is kind of interesting when you look at the omega-3, 6, and 9, the alpha-linolenic acid. It is called acidic, but that's the way science has determined it, that fatty acids are acidic, except that in that particular case it is slightly alkaline. And the slight alkalinity creates that wave pattern that is mimicked by the DNA, which is ideal for our living condition. The thing is that when that slight alkaline becomes less slightly alkaline, in other words, when it gets to be, let's say, 7.3, and so although it is still slightly alkaline, it causes an expansion of the wave format of the DNA to beyond its communication capability. At that point in time, it releases, and so we call that death. And so the pH of the cadaver would be 7.3, slightly alkaline, which seems to be really good, but it's actually in the term of animation, it becomes a point of death. So the understanding is that the magnetic and the gravitational work together, the acidic and the alkaline work together. And so it's just a question of the environment and being able to exist within that environment. So our existence in a mag-grav form would have to be adaptable to that environment. And if that environment happens to be extremely acidic, then our adaptation to that environment has to be slightly alkaline. And if that environment happens to be extremely alkaline, then our adaptation has to be slightly acidic. And so that's where the balance comes in. So it becomes you can't look at it in singularity and say, well, which side of the pH scale am I in? It's always 14 on the Earth. But when you go into another environment, the scale could be very different. And this was clearly mentioned in one of the Knowledge Seekers workshops. And when we look at the scale with respect to the periodic table of elements, and we say, I don't know, 110, 115, or whatever is the highest mass atomic weight of the elements on this environment. But there are many elements that are of a different mass scale, and they are in different environments. And so the environment plays a factor in that. And so that's how we achieve a differentiation. If we are in that environment and adapting to that environment, then we can differentiate. And if we're in this environment, then we have to adapt to this environment. So we've all differentiated into a position of humanity. The key question really is, why are some people in humanity who are part of the humanity family having devoid of compassion for humanity? Because they have substituted the natural law for man-made law. And in man-made law, the money is the creation. In natural law, the energy is the creation. So when you trade life for money, you are actually making a very bad trade. And that's what we're doing right now. And we've grown to accept that on a social basis. So we have to understand that both are part at play all the time. And from there, we have to understand that when we dominate in the matter state, we are ignoring the energy state, what we call the plasma state. And that has to change. And it did on March 21st. Great question, Gail. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Any other thoughts, comments? Okay, we have about 12 minutes here, and I thought we'd have some time for the announcements.
Please go ahead with that, Mark.
Yep.
What do you put in that bracelet? A charm? Star? It's still connected by chain to the next one. A galaxy? Solar system? Soul of the man, soul of the cell of the man, and the integral part of this structure within the soul. Then for the chain to be complete, for the brace, that when you wear the bracelet to be able to lock, it becomes the chain of life. Life in the dimension of the creation, not life in the dimension of the man. If man calculates the cycle of his time, 50 years, 100 years, now can you imagine how long it's taken for the full circle of the fields of the creation with the higher dimension of the fields to start from the creator, end up with the cell of the man, and end up back to the creator? If you think of it very clearly, the rays of the magnetic field of the earth emanate from the North Pole, and it turns around all the way. It is continuation of life around the planet, creates storms, rain, and everything else. Life absorbs energies, converts them to matter state, and then it goes back through the South Pole, back to the center where it created, where it originated, where it was added to create the next cycle. If one understands this, one understands the full cycle, the chain bracelet of the creation, where we start with the rays of the creator in interaction with themselves and the others and losing part, it comes to the point that it comes back to that droplet and back to the origin. It's that huge snowball which we hold in hand and we play with it, and it melts down slowly, slowly, and it's still a snow till it becomes water droplets into the ground, steams up, back in the sky, another snowball. Never ends. Just the interaction with the conditional environment, what we call the inertia of the fields, dictates how it'll manifest itself and in what size does. The lower fields do not interact that much in a bigger scale. They have to be losing energies to go a step lower to create that. And if they don't have that energy and the energy within them is lower, they go a step lower and step lower till they become weak enough. Understand, weak enough that can be absorbed by the rays, by the fields, by forces of the Creator. And then the source is not the strength, the source is that weakness that in conjunction and in interaction decides what it will be in the direction of the creation. Cycle of life, of universe. Cycle of life of our Creator, not of the man. But in fact, there is no difference. It's just the scale, the size, the place, the position, and the position. But there is one common denominator, that it connects back the residual fields back to the Creator, and in process, in interaction with the others, might lead to creation of the matter, another matter. But in essence, the interaction of these tiny fields, the interaction of the planetary system and their moons dictates the inertial field of the environment of the soul. And this dimension has different strength in different orbits and in the structure of the life in the universe. When we look at the structure of the solar system, we have different orbits and different atom structure, like electrons in different orbits. And according to the field strength, we always have one and only one planet in each orbit, where in the world of nuclear physics and atomic physics, we see a structure of the 2 and then 4 and expansion of that per orbit. This is where the difference between the plasmatic fields and the matter state come into operation. Where we see the difference between the atomic structure, completion of the orbits, and balance of orbits, which gives us matter state, inertia, combination of the fields of the creation. Where in the structure of the bigger, more energetic, or what we call magnetic field dependent souls, we see one per orbit. Seeing two is very seldom. Seeing two planets on exact similar orbit is totally very, very seldom. We have not actually found one yet to the eye of the man. We have not seen two Earths on one orbit around the center. This is the structure of the plasmatic energy side. But when it comes to the matter inertia side, we see double electrons, 4 electrons. And this dictates the splitting of the inertia field magnetic central structure of the soul of the atom. This is what, as I always say, the world of science have not understood. And once we understand this, the transmutation between the man in the matter state field energy and a man in the energy state of the matter will become play, a child's play.
Okay, I don't really fully understand this, but I thought I'd play it anyway. As Mr. Keshe said, give me an hour a day for a week and I'll change your nation. We're only able to bring an hour a week at this point in time, but more will come. Let's continue. Anyone want to make any comments on these orbits and the rest of these things? If not, we continue. Thank you.
We do not see the moons exactly on the same orbit. We do not see planetary systems on the same orbit in respect to their center. We do not see the same with the galaxies. And if we understand this, then it explains to us why, for example, a structure fit into combination connection between the energy and the matter state creates life. Why amino acid with man's figure of 43, what we call atomic structure, becomes the common denominator for life in a protein structure of the life of on this planet? Because in the matter state, it absorbs different structure and it absorbs energies from itself that emanates and dictates a new energy balance. And that energy balance, depending on the connection to the nearest structure, dictates life, vertical or horizontal, a fish or a solid state. And then once we understand this, then we can even transmute from man to a fish to a dog to any animal kingdom according to the field, the strength of the emotion of the man. I want to be a dog, but I have to create the emotion of the love of a dog. The emotion of love to give. What is the condition? Why do I become a man? Why do I become a woman? Why do I become subservient? Why do I want to be a boss? It's all emotion which dictates. And if man understand this, understand the connection between the field energy of the cell of the man, direction of the soul of the man, then man can be changed itself through the dimension of the fields, the inertial strength of the what we call the amino acid, but change. In the structure body of the man, we connect to copper. So we have the structure of the what we call it fat, protein. But protein at the level which connects the distance out, the heavier part, red muscle tissue. And then what happened with the trees? What happened with the, what we call vertical people? Just look, you have amino acid on 43, inertia field of the soul, and then you have a calcium, which needs to be to attach to be to. Then look at the plants and the magnesium, and then look at other structures. But you have to look at what we call the space gap of energy. What it creates that pulse? What does it create, that frequency that leads to the creation of such an object? But even that has and become and is part of the emotion of the existence of the entity. So when we see a man having an emotion, so has the earth, so has the solar system, so has the galaxy. We see the tantrum of this planet from its volcanic eruption to its disturbed atmospheric condition. I don't like this and I'm going to kick. So you have an earthquake. But we got used to it. But we don't understand the real structure of it just because it's a magma and it happens in this point. As I said to a classroom once with the children, do you know what the volcanic eruptions are? It's that boil on your face. That's all it is. Making a new landmark. There is no difference. But then we have to understand the effect, the transformation, the condition of cosmic rays on the structure of the cell of the man. We eat hot food, we get a boil. We get energies which are of the higher order from the cosmic rays. We all become animals, aggressive, and the rest. One of the reasons the man is always being a killing machine, anything born on this planet, it just eats to kill, to eat, is because of the orbit of this planet in respect to its mother source, the soul, and the strength of the inner strength, the field of the planet itself. And these are all dictated by cosmic rays. So if you decide, if you take the research of understanding further, we'll see every single combination of the fields which man has now made new names for it. We call it the up quark and down quarks. Is exactly what we have as Earth, the Moon, Jupiter, and Saturn, but they all position dictated by the cosmic rays of the environment and not by themselves. This is why the orbit around the same come to the same point every so many years or days or whatever, as does the cycle of the cell of the body of the man. If man understand the operation of the cosmic rays on every single cell of the body of the man, man will be able to transmute unconditionally on the energy level that the interaction of the environment will manifest itself as an object, entity, life of that point, place, and position. We have to understand how the cycle of life completes by the level of the soul of the man, of his self. And then how this dictates a new position for a circle of life. In so many ways, the soul of physicality of the man in the dimension of the soul of the structure of the man is what connects the energy side of the man back to his creator. Shortcut, but in a way getting sucked in the black hole of the creation, what we call the creator. Sucks in what is not needed, what is going, that's gone through the cycle, and choose it out as a beginning of the fields so that the ones which are closer absorb. We see different characteristics, and the ones which are further out, they just get by, receive, create conditions, and live upon and amongst. In what man has seen from the cosmos of the world, cosmos of life, our scientists tell us we are in a solar system, in a galaxy, at the edge of the universe. But I create another point of view to understand about the cosmic rays. If you have your mother standing behind you, and you're so close to it that you can touch and feel her with your back, and you're looking out, you see a vast horizon. Stand by the beach. You are facing the beach, and the mother is behind you. You see an ocean, vast view, and you wonder, where does this end? Would I see the mother? You turn around 180 degrees and you see the mother. Man has to understand where that child stands. Are we looking outwards and we see everlasting of galaxies and universes? But if we look inwards towards the soul of the man, won't we see the mother, the creator, right behind us? I made man in the image of myself, but I am part of making of that image. Are we believing our scientists that we are at the outer edges of the universe because we never understood? Or are we in fact sitting within the structure to soul of the creator that sits, becomes the creator of the others? Then it goes back to the time when the man thought he is the best, and the earth is the center of the creation. But all you need to do is to understand the reverse condition of the cosmic rays in traveling back to the source and find out from its strength, are you at the beginning or at the end and furthest away as possible? Then love and servitude in its field of strength dictates your position in respect to the mother behind you. Are you left alone in distance, or you're actually touching with a tipsy-titsy foot, rubbing shoulder, knowing the safety of the mother behind you, the creator? We are looking to understand the depth of this universe as because we are sitting in the center of it and not on the edge of its outer skirts. Because we are in the center of it, because every soul is the center of its connection of, is part of, is in principle the totality of. Then, if you do that, as you sit, touching the mother behind you, and you have the field strength as creator which created you, then what is the horizon of life? And whatever is created in all dimensions of the universe is within the reach of the man in dimension of the field and energy, as you are standing and looking at the same horizon as the mother above. Now I hope you understood and understand the connection between the man, the creator, and understanding the position of the man towards its creation and its created. This is part of the theology of life, and As a scientist, I believe we are more in the center than on the edge. This is why we are so close, but we choose the gap between us and the Creator due to the lack of understanding of the process of creation. Reach out and see you touch the mother. This time you have to use the strength of the soul of the man, the strength of the soul of the cell of the man, and not the touch of the finger of the man. We go for a break and come back, and I gave you a dilemma. Next time we talk about why in atomic structure of the creation we sit in singularity of the planet, but in the dimension of the creation of matter state, our scientists tell us we have two moons on orbit 1 and 4 in orbit 2 and more rubbish behind it that has changed us to understand the science of the physics upside down in respect to the dimension of the energy and the matter. Rick, take us for a break. We come back. We'll discuss more.
Okay, thank you for listening to that again. Hopefully, some of us took a little bit, some of us took a little bit more. I don't know if anyone understood all of it, but this is the process of sharing. Actually, probably more has been confirmed with us than we are actually consciously aware of. And this is the process that's happening in the workshops. It's also the process that's happening in the gameplay. Any comments? I guess we won't have time for the announcements as the next part will be creating this dome of peace. Any comments? Any thoughts? We did cover the game a bit earlier, but this is the biggest gift, this game of peace and enlightenment that Mr. Keshe gave to humanity. He said, this is the biggest gift I could give you. Now it's for us to open it up and spread it across this planet that everyone who participates can get a touch of these cosmic rays that'll bring that change of the soup or the environment, as he said.
Hello, Mark. Can you give me extra time, please?
Sure. Then let's go to the perhaps the announcements. How much? 15, 20 minutes?
20 to 30, please.
Okay. Why don't we do that? Then let's go to the announcements. I think they somewhere around 52. So we're just going to.
And Mark, I just wanted to mention that the word gap, we really need to look at that because it's very important. Maybe one time we can, yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Think you understand? Is the gap the emotion? Is that?
I mean, he's saying the gap between us and the crater, and also he mentioned the black hole. So I think it depends on that gap between us. Different things will happen. I'm not sure. I'm just saying it seems to be very important for
Well,
next time.
there's no gap, I guess, that we're connected. He said, I'm introducing a new idea that we're sitting in the singularity of it here. We sit in singularity of the planet. So I would think
Well,
if we are created and made in the image of the creator and we came out of these fields that the creator released, we must be connected directly to it. How can
yes, that on the bracelet, as I understood. And in a way, we have our back to the creator. And we're in some of our soul teachings that the back is very, very important with the energies of the soul and so on.
but
So
stand
there's a whole interesting conundrum in the
yeah,
gap and the black hole, and you're facing with your back to the creator and looking out. In a way, you feel protected, but we're also in the I call it the magnetosphere if you want of the creator, and or the into his inside his soul. so many different pictures, and I just want to be very careful that I'm listening to everything. There's so much here. So I just wanted to mention to, focus a bit on things like the gap and distance and all that.
Oh, I have to jump in here, please.
Okay.
Yeah, this gap that you're talking about is the blur fill, and it is the binding point. So you have to have that gap because that is part of our uh, transmission zone. And when you try and focus on a gap, I mean it's like trying to focus on nothing. It's constantly moving, and it's hard to focus on that because it's constantly moving, and so in our physical state we're dependent on our digital interpretation of what we see, whereas the universe operates in an analogous way. So for us to compensate because of our slow processing in the matter state, we fill in that gap with a blur, and that's what we talked about last week. But the thing is that you have to have the faith that it's there, and you know that it's there because you can bridge that gap. And if you can bridge that gap, then you know that you can go from one side to the other. And as soon as you know that you can do that, then you understand that you can move. And in understanding that motion, we have to um, transcend that understanding to take into account how the motion happens at an energy level. So it is the energy level which is manifesting into the physical level. And so that gap is the part that we cannot see because that energy travels at a remarkable speed, far more than what we given credit for, because we have been in a state of Missouri. We whatever we can see is what we believe. We'll talk about that more. Thank you.
You mean the show me state? Show me first, then I believe.
Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
Well, if that's all you believe, well, you've just cut away half of your belief. It's like the guy who had a lobotomy on his left side. He says, I don't have anything left. But I'm all right. Talk to you later.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Again, we're just sort of opening this up, but it's much better than going into to one of the churches or something and hear that sort of um unraveling of whatever they want to unravel. This is the real sort of on the surface in a way, not going too deep, but they're opening up. As he said, we're going deeper into the knowledge, and much of this knowledge is about you and your central energies, as we continue, and Mr. Keshe is emphasizing. And of course, they have ways of touching you through these cosmic rays. That's why the transmission sessions are important if you can join them, and if not, just support them on the energy level. But let's go to the announcements if we can, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe talk a little bit more about this and the progress that's going on in the background of the Keshe Foundation that we're not at all privy to, as they're keeping it rather quiet, so people won't interfere or have the opportunity to interfere so easily. So that's why a lot of this is in a way shrouded, because there's been just too much interference in the background, let's say. So they've learned to keep it more quiet than announcing everything until it's ready, even though many things have been announced and are in the development process. But there's much, much more in the background. As he said, we're only privy to about 5%, almost what's equal to the matter state in the universe of what's happening within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Many governments, many scientists, and many backers on a financial level are interacting with the foundation, I think, and it's all getting set into place. That it can be gifted in a bigger way to humanity, and we're all part of it. So thank you.
Okay, we are back again at the 635th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 26th. And as mentioned, this is the second part, and there will be an opportunity for questions. But first, we have announcements and other topics from Mr. Keshe, which I'm sure he's ready to deliver. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe. He may not be available. I don't see your microphone, Mr. Keshe, so it's either not open or not available. Okay, well, we'll wait a minute because
Sorry,
I was going to say, I'm sure he's nearby. Hello.
I didn't notice my microphone was off.
Did we miss all the important things?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being with us. There are a couple of things which, as part of the post-certification foundation and what is happening to us, I would like to, in a way, explain. The session of the tomorrow is changed to sometimes in April. We inform you exactly when, as we would like to test something and are just waiting for it to be in position that we can do. As usual, we make some announcements and bring some points forward. Keshe Foundation, in its industrial capacity and what we are setting out to be, we announced we are looking for experts, people who understand the work of the expert does not necessarily in Keshe Foundation technology, but in their own fields, which can help us. And many of you as knowledge seekers already been reached out by us, and you're supporting us in this venture. What we are looking for now is knowledge seekers who have developed or invented products, technologies, applications through gas technology, cosmic ray, gas production, energy, or whatever, or combination of the knowledge they gain from the Keshe Foundation and its technologies and their own expertise. Maybe you have commercialized or trying to commercialize, or you have actually got a working system, but you cannot get finance. To other people look ridiculous, but it has what it says. Contact the Keshe Foundation. We are at a position to allow you to commercialize your product. In a way, Keshe Foundation will commercialize in your conjunction with you, in collaboration as a company between you as the developer and marketing, structure of the market, production, management, and the rest.
So if you have a great idea, I wouldn't go to the patent office and try to patent it, as that can be quite expensive, and usually they'll maybe grab your idea in a way. But put it forward to the Keshe Foundation, and you could have a unique product, as he said, that cannot be replicated, just like the logo sticker of the Keshe Foundation, apparently, that certifies it as um, verified that it went through the testing and observation of the scientists within the foundation. So this is a great opportunity for people who cannot find finance, and that doesn't mean everyone. Maybe it's only 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100 at this point. But eventually, every product from cookies to toothpaste to toothbrushes and everything else will, or maybe there won't be any toothpaste, will use something different. It'll all be touched by this technology, and it's all going to be vertically in a vertically integrated structure, as Mr. Keshe has done with many of his businesses, that they don't go through outside in the diamond business from the mine to the retail store, and every point in between was all, and many businesses, not many, but a lot of businesses operate that way today. And it's a vertical integration of the entire structure.
By the Keshe Foundation. You will be given your own company to run with full supervision of the Keshe Foundation. We provide within internal structure of the Keshe Foundation facilities to produce to market. You have the, or by accident or by work, have come to develop something which is connected to our technology, but you can't get it marketed or you cannot find finance to market it. We are prepared to look into case by case and give you your own structure, offices, secretaries, production facilities, and the rest. We finance and you become part of the structure with the proviso that whatever developed, whatever goes, will be commercialized exclusively through the structure of the Keshe Foundation and open to the cash coin structure of purchase and sell, which means your product can be bought by those who play the game in exchange for us, which means the Keshe Foundation will accept the coins, convert it to currency of whatever it is, which nationality or which currency exchange, in respect to your share.
Okay, so that was the proviso. I thought at first he was going to say whatever you develop becomes our property, but the proviso is whatever you develop has to be, in a way, except the sale by Keshe coin. Is that everyone's understanding? This is what I thought. So if they help you develop it, manufacture it, and the rest, not that you probably can't sell it in the open market, but within, this has to be accepted within part of the game that it can be purchased with the coins of the game. So that's the proviso, or the caveat, let's say. So anyone who brings the product in, develops a product, it will have to be subject to trade for Keshe coin.
Interesting, Mark, the comment below. When he's talking about you can receive in currency cash of your location. So that is very, very helpful because our exchange rate is 20 to 1, so, or 21 to 1. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, they're going to lock in the exchange rates. I guess whatever it is today, it will stay that way. I'm not sure, or maybe against, if all the currencies are equal, I don't know. That's the way it should be. So, but he's locking the exchanges in, except for whatever they use in Iran, because that has gone up so many times that it's out of control, apparently. Probably other countries too. But for the most part, it sounds like it's going to be pegged to the euro, whatever that difference was. Like today, I think it's about 14 pennies difference between a euro and a dollar. It takes $1.14 to buy 1 euro. So that's the exchange rate, and that exchange rate will be locked. That next week you'll know if you're selling in dollars or whatever, that you'll receive the same sort of currency. And again, I don't understand the entire structure, but Mr. Keshe has openly stated here that he speculated on currencies. Many have. George Soros and the rest have actually driven nations into collapse like when they speculated on the lira or the pound or other things like that. So we don't want this to happen. We want to keep the value of it the same, whether today or next year. So people can plan and anticipate what's coming in, not have to look at what is the exchange rate today. Something along that line. And this makes stability in manufacturing, stability in trading, stability for many corporations and many governments. But with the floating exchange rates, this sort of everything is in flux all the time, and it's hard to plan.
Is if the product is sold for 100 euro, 30, 20, whatever agreement is between us and you receive in currency cash of your location. We hold the balance in cash coin, even though we finance the structure of the production, marketing, and the rest. We have already started talking to people who are already in the market. They want to use the cash technology. We put it, we are participating, we will participate in development, and in exchange that everything will be handled under one roof and one structure. Those of you who join us in the bigger structure, as some of you have already done and you're operating, Keshe Foundation as an establishment is already setting up a structure of the education, its own school structure from young age till university, which means we teach our technology from class 1 in the school, which is set up by the Keshe Foundation. This structure has started, is in the process. By 2028, the first Keshe Foundation school will be operational in a specific position and condition.
And of course, we're all interested in understanding more, but apparently there's a structure has already started. By 28, the school will be operational. Have you submitted your resume, Alex? Or anyone else? I think we're all, as he said, we're all students and we're all teachers. But there is a specific way of teaching this, as he had mentioned in the past, and something was to be set up in Iran because he said there is a methodical or a method of teaching this knowledge the correct way from step 1 to going further. So this is going to start to come in again, and perhaps in the game itself, as he said, these workshops, we can explore more and understand more through the cosmic ray technology. I don't know exactly what's in store, but it's going to be a much easier, I think, learning process than we've faced so far, as I've been quite confused in many different areas. I don't understand the whole of the knowledge or technology.
And so we start teaching the technology from the beginning that the children don't need to understand later on what's the problem between one or the other. One of the most, what we call reputable educational structures we have to start to work with. And those of you who join us in bringing your technologies, you join your education of your children will be absolutely free in one of the most advanced structures. It will be paid by the foundation as long as it's within the structure we set up.
So he's talking about those who go to the research centers, but perhaps they're going to open up something like we used to hear of these Montessori schools or other sort of private, where you could send young people to these things and they got a deeper education of some sort, although it wasn't this sort of knowledge. But it sounds like a very similar, there won't be any brick and mortar. It'll all be done through the probably the One Nation Network. If this expands out of a research center, which to me, I feel that it will. This will be the type of education where you can send your child to be educated in the universal understanding rather than what they learn at school, the conventional type of teaching about the pyramids or something else. I know Ekmar was always in a debate in a way with some of the people that taught his children about the pyramids and saying, wait a minute, these were not tombs, and the rest of it. Okay, we continue. So this is, again, something to look forward to, and creating, again, little Einsteins out of all of us from the children on up, that we don't get abused due to a lack of knowledge.
At the same time, we set up, as part of those who join us, the structure of the medical system that Keshe Foundation technology in health will be applied by those who are with us freely in a position and time. This should be operational by late 2027, 2028.
And of course, there's a whole medical patent that's coming out. I remember he was saying the pharmaceuticals are aware of this and they're going to name it plasmaceuticals and things. But we haven't really seen the medical patent, but he said, wait till that is opened up. And of course, it's all going to come through the game. Somehow, this is why he's setting up. Yeah, if you have a better idea, write to the Keshe Foundation, Keshe Foundation info@keshe.foundation. But I think this is the best way of delivering the technology in such a way. But if you have a better way of bringing it forward, you can always mention that to the Keshe Foundation. So again, the power will come through, the medical will come through, the feeding will come through, and you'll be quite independent and living a much less harsh life as I see it. But again, it's very slowly. It's not going to be tomorrow. But we have the privilege of gifting this to humanity.
We are setting the first structures, very slow, very solid. And if you are a developer, if you have developed the technology, you move in the position we allocate. You receive salary as normal. We look after the education of your children and your health through the Keshe Foundation technology. We are building a structure that, at the same time as many of you are aware, self-sufficient through the technology and conversion. This process has already started. It's not something we are going to do. A number of your knowledge seekers have already moved into our centers, moved back. You help when it's needed, and you know exactly how we operate. We have started setting up a very large international structure with the help of knowledge seekers who understand us, but they have expertise. When we need, we ask for, and we thank those of you who have spent your time in past months in helping us to shape this for the future of the humanity. If you have technology which is relevant and is part of ours, contact info@keshe.foundation. You might not get a response immediately, but if we see your process, your knowledge, your technology can be a value to us for the process of peace and development of what we call our objectives, we invite you to join us. And I have set one policy, as many of the knowledge seekers who are now moving in this direction. You don't come on your own. We welcome the whole of the family. It's no use to humanity enjoy the pleasure of technology when the inventor suffers to be away from the structure of the family of the life.
Okay, so he's talking about these long-term research centers. Some people will be there for a short time. Some people will move the entire family there. They'll educate them. They'll buy the food and the rest. But it's by invitation only, and location remains undisclosed at this time.
This is why we set up the school and the health system. If we accept you, your whole family join us, and you run your own business on the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Look in what you're doing, what you've done, and don't forget what you think is exclusively yours. Many people could have done. And if we choose one, does not mean that it's your technology, what you've done. We've seen many similar work between many knowledge seekers, and those who stand out that we see commercialization with all the manpower in it is possible. We'll invite you to join us. And those who are around us, they know how it works because they've already been or going through the system.
So it does seem like the manufacturing and the packaging and all that will be developed for you. You'll just be sort of marketing and trying to distribute the product, as I see it in here. He said the secretaries, the financing, the manufacturing will all be provided for you. And you're just part of the structure, and you'll run it apparently out of the research centers as well as doing additional research, most likely. Any comments on that? Okay, we're going to be doing the Dome of Peace in just a few more minutes, and then we'll flip to Alex shortly.
So, look in, you wanted to develop something, you wanted to make a prototype. Nobody believed you. We believe you, the same as when we invited you to Linz. We said, whatever you say, we accept. And we are prepared to. We have set up a structure within Keshe Foundation, which very slowly, we are not going to do hundreds of things. We look at the opportunities, the possibilities, and the spin-off. Be it on the edge of space technology, to farming, to house utensils, to be it part of automotive we can do. You show us it works, and if you have already commercialized it but you cannot support it, we are prepared to look at. You have to understand something very clear. Keshe Foundation has established a blacklist. Those who have abused the Keshe Foundation, those who came around the Keshe Foundation, and then we found out, and now they think they have something. You are blacklisted. The same as we've done with the Belgians, now the American scientists, and the what we call Ghanaians. We are establishing those who are the time wasters and do nothing but harm. If you have developed a system, technology, product, you think it does, and you can show it does, we are prepared to look at it, to test it, to evaluate it, and it's because our technology, we believe you, prepared to finance its development.
So no half-baked cakes will be accepted or distributed by the Keshe Foundation. It's all going to be tested, analyzed, retested, and the rest before anything is marketed. So if it's a half-baked cookie, it's not going to be sold.
It could be a spoon, it could be a car, it could be an engine, it could be a spacecraft. We are very open-minded, as you all know. If he uses our technology, we are prepared to discuss. Send us your technology, what it is, and or the product, what it is you're trying to market, you're trying to manufacture. We'll look at it. We have all the facilities set up to set such a thing in motion for you. We're doing it very slowly and very surely, and I'm sure within next, as I said, weeks and months to come, you start seeing products of Keshe Foundation, the new logo, which cannot be copied. None of you can replace it. And the structure you will see.
So that will be one of the telltale signs if this is a Keshe Foundation product by this unreplicable logo. And most likely the products cannot be copied either. Even though he did say, as I mentioned earlier, once the energy technology is released, maybe this is a good thing. It'll be massively copied, because I think they're getting ready to put the pinch, or it's in the process now, as we've seen these energies. And of course, that affects everything that you buy or how you travel and the rest, from tickets to groceries to petrol you buy straight off.
From agriculture to electronics and to automotive to space technology, step by step at a time. So you've been with us so long, you have something, maybe it's time to join us or bring it in forward to change your own lives, and we are prepared to back it. Our finance is manufacturing setup, but all be done in one location, not anywhere else.
Anyone have any sort of ideas? I know I've got a copper flask I ordered on Amazon, which is pretty pure copper apparently, and leaving the water in there. Mr. Keshe had mentioned that. He also had mentioned about having a small device the size of a microwave oven where you could make a copper cup. I'm thinking about getting some copper utensils, a knife, a fork, and a spoon. But gee, the spoons are about $16 each. So now I could see in times past how only people that had a bit of money could actually afford those. But it has, knowingly or unknowingly, you can create a whole new understanding where copper is very antimicrobial and apparently adds to your well being, whether you realize it or not. So if you can make a copper cup and not have to put any copper into it because it's mined out of the fields of the universe, you could have quite and open up a new, even though we're moving away from eating so much, people will still continue to have something. And again, using those type of utensils for water or for dining is very advantageous to your structure, as I see it. Maybe not the killing of the soul isn't, but the utensils are. And apparently this has been proven out, and that could open up a whole new thing for water or other things. Another idea I was thinking of is the sick building syndrome, where these buildings' air handling systems become quite contaminated with every kind of bacteria and mold and slime and the rest of this filtering through the air handling system. So if they could impregnate some of the material into the filters themselves, every so many months these filters get changed on these buildings. And of course, sick building syndrome results in a lot of out of work, a lot of irritability within the office itself between players, let's say, or people who are employed there. This could make a huge difference in the environment of a building. And that would be an ongoing business as filters are changed every so many months in most of these buildings. And these buildings are obviously throughout the world. So this is another avenue. If someone's in that sort of filter business, could pick up and design with the Keshe Foundation, impregnate it into the actual fibers and so on. And this will all be happening within China, maybe even in some of these, what they call dark factories in China. But there's many, many ideas. So if you have an idea, you want to put it forward. But those were just a couple that I had thought of recently. Anyone have any ideas of products or something? Again, it's just unlimited, but we'll be moving into seeing many new items with the new logo of the Keshe Foundation. And maybe there's some big things coming in, like an automotive car of sorts. I don't know. But this is what's been alluded to in the automotive sort of business. And this will all be part of the processing of humanity as well as it spreads the fields as this technology is used by people. The more we use it, the more actually will improve the whole structure.
We have set up what we call very much like Silicon Valley, structure, massive area where it can absorb new technology, and we are working on it step by step. We invite you to join us in what we call cosmic ray valley of the humanity. We are blind to color, race, and religion. But we are very, very, very careful about behavior of the nations. If there are any questions, we'll try to answer.
Okay, this was a bit of a short workshop as there was another engagement Mr. Keshe had to go to, so there's probably another maybe hour and 10 minutes which you can listen to. Again, quite deeply here, going more into the emotions as a cornerstone of the connection. So again, between the physicality, soul of physicality, and the soul of the man, and you're the best, in a way, connector of that as you create the emotion within your own structure. But let's go to the Dome of Peace so we can get to Alex. Again, the Dome of Peace is something the knowledge seekers and others participate in, creating, in a way, a dome of peace and giving. And let's just move over. There's a couple of steps. One is for the physicality and one is for the energy dimension. So we're exploring both. But what you do in the physicality is, in a way, the exact thing you do in the energy dimension, except without any matter state involved. So this is the first step, and we're all invited to participate in this. Let's just see if we can bring this up. Every day at 9 p.m., and we're on CEST now, you can be part of the process of creating an energy dimension and wake up the other souls that they can give and use their energy dimension to create this dome of peace as we give to the world spokespeople or world leaders, as they're often referred to, from our emotions. None of this is stolen. This is the only thing we can, in a way, give that's not stolen, is what we created within our own structure in so many ways. So let me just bring up, there's two steps. Every Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., we release GANS waters, whatever you'd like to release in the GANS water. Put your intentions into it and just release it, either down a drain in the yard, spraying into the rivers, into the fountains, and the rest. The Chinese have been doing this for probably getting closer to a decade and a half. So this process is ongoing. And then, of course, the second process is to incorporate the dimension of energy, where we sort of open up this chameleon aspect of us and go into the energy dimension and give from our emotions to the leaders. And these are two backgrounds here created by the Brazilian team, and they do daily intentions in an actual meeting every day. There's a daily intention at 1 a.m. CEST is 2 a.m. Calculate your time. You can join them in one of these locations for an actual meeting. But what I was referring to earlier, what the Universal Council is gathering, we're just gathering on the energy dimension. And you don't have to have perfect silence, or you can be working, or even perhaps talking on the phone. And you can use your energy dimension to sort of touch someone else. And you could spend a nanosecond, a minute, or whatever you'd like to do. But the physicality is not involved. It's just the energy dimension that we're opening up a bit of this mystery about. We never realized what cosmic ray generators, reactors, and as he said when we were discussing the magravs, your magrav has already been perfectly set by the Creator. So you have a perfectly set system. It's just a matter of us learning more to do it. And this is part of that process. And learning to give to create rather than take to create. Doesn't work as well, or not at all in that way. So you'll feel good about yourself and good about the work you're doing, as we have often showed this background in a way. You can be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. As we know, our work is correct and forever. So in a way, you're banking ahead, but also you're feeding yourself in a way, enlightening yourself and bringing peace to yourself by giving that same to the others who need it. And of course, we know these souls of these world leaders are quite low, as they have to confirm their existence by killing and destruction. And again, we do the sort of same thing in a way, on a different level with the food and the rest of these other entities we sort of engage in, but we're finding we can do a better way. But this is to open up that energy dimension, the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energy dimension. So feel free to join us in this process. We'll hear about the first and second step shortly. But the beauty of this whole thing is nobody fails this test. So any doubts that come into your mind, or am I doing it right, or am I worthy enough to do it, and the rest of this, disregard all that, as we understand nobody fails this test, and we all have different fields, and those combination of fields actually brings about the result. That's why we're creating a bouquet of fields, as we did with the Cup of Life one, where you created a spectrum of energies. Now this is being opened up to the entire planet. It's humanity that has to bring the change. We have to actually want it and create it first in the energy dimension, and we'll see the manifestation in the physicality of peace on this planet as one of the ways to explore this dimension. And of course, this is the dimension you will use in space. And as I indicated, I think that space is right between your two ears. As man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. So feel free to join us. There are no failures in this sort of procedure, and learn more about yourself, the process of creation, and how you can be proud of the work you do in contributing, again, even if it's a nanosecond of your life. So thank you in advance. Okay, let's hear from the Stefania for the first step, and then Shweta on the second step. Again, another twinity system, the brain and the soul of the man, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, another twinity system, the creator and Mitra, and so on and so forth.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So not only is the Keshe Foundation working on this, but you can be part of that by creating a GANS. You can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn about gas as a nanosolid and how you can create the gas into something that appears as a solid. It's a nano of itself. And you'll be quite amazed of the creation you're creating. And of course, we were hearing about the GANS of the GANS, which is more or less the interaction of non-matter state or two emotions of the physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Then you make, that's the new emotion, is the new GANS that you're making, or the GANS of the GANS. No matter state involved, just energies. So that's the first step. Thank you, Stefania. Now we can go to the second step. Again, it's up to you to open this up. No one is forcing. You don't get any demerits by not participating in this, or you don't get any bonuses for participating in this, although universally I'm sure it's recognized. And this is the process of bringing other souls out of their sort of environment that we see as not being correct. And we can make these connections across the universe or here in the matter state with any entity, as we're already all connected. But it's something that's hard for us to accept. How could it possibly be? And why was no one, including my mother, ever told me about these connections? Because they never understood. And this is why this whole thing is being, in a way, revamped. Won't happen overnight. So, second step of the Dome of Peace is using the power of the souls. And we'll just demonstrate that for 1 minute at the conclusion when Shweta finishes. Thank you, Shweta, as well.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anybody? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, thank you again. And let's use that energy dimension. Again, a Gans of a Gans. We're interacting with the other soul of the world spokespeople with our emotions. Again, not forcing anything, but if they pick it up, you've just created a Gans of a Gans as I see it. This is what he's saying. This is the interaction of 2 souls. So let's take 1 minute, show you how easy the process is. Again, don't look for a result in an hour or 2 or even tomorrow, although it is possible. But this is more of a longer term process as we start to understand our ability to create through the energy dimensions or the Gans of the Ganses. We create a new emotion in the world spokespeople. So let's take 1 minute of our time. Again, you can still operate in the matter state. It's not involved in this process as I understand it. So whether you're driving, walking, or doing something else with your physicality, you can still participate in this anytime, any day, collectively 9 p.m. So join us as we're just awakening the collective awareness of humanity to start participating in the energy dimension and bring the change this way through what we call the wish in so many ways. So let me bring up the background for the Universal Council invitation, and we'll just take, gee, I had that other little one here. I sort of forgot about that. I played last week with the charger there showing, and let me just see if I have, oh, I guess I can't find it at the moment, but we don't need an example of something charging something else up, but we're having an interaction on the energy dimension, and we're all capable of it. And apparently, every other creature has the same capabilities, as they're all connected. We just have thought that, how could I interact with a donkey? They're not on my wavelength, but their central energy apparently is, if you can tune into it. So it's just amazing what we're learning in this understanding of the energy dimension as opposed to the matter state. So we'll take 1 minute. We'll start now and just show how easy the process is. And give from your internal emotions, the fields, whatever you'd like, or put anyone in the circle you'd like, and give the emotions of peace and giving and love and freedom. And in return, you'll receive the same. There's no giving without receiving. So we just started. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. And that's how easy the process is. We thank you all for your continued participation in bringing the change again through the energy dimension. So when you say it's too physical, it's not physical, even though one part is. It's a very simple part for the physicality to do. But now engage on the energy side. It opens up a whole new dimension of communication and repositioning and giving and taking on this way. So that's part of this process of learning to operate in the universe, or in that dimension of energy, as we call it. The creator is the universe, and Mitra is the dimension, or our physicality, our creation, and all creation is the dimension of physicality and our relationship to that dimension of physicality. But again, it's for you to peel that banana as far down as you'd like. But this banana has no end of the peel. It just keeps peeling and peeling, and there's more and more. Even the creator is learning about his own creation. So thank you again. I think it's more than, Alex, I've run over a bit, so hopefully you're ready, or more than ready, to get started. We thank you for being here and sharing, again, something you've put together for us to understand more.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing the gang here. It's a very important, very exciting time in the world, and we are part of it. So this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026, but we have representatives from all the continents, and that's what makes this meeting so very strong. But we are not at the head of the class. Every Thursday, Mr. Keshe makes the presentation, and every Friday, the Brazilian team is plowing the road for us. And we're just following in their wake, and that's a good thing. So what we'd like to do here is to make sure that we can take care of some business. So please stand by.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. And spring is in the air, which means it's time to spring forward. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. So we are in the Intermediate Pico Tech series. It's time to hit the bullseye. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March the 29th of 2026. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we continue this, and you can see that we're at the end of this series now, we discussed beacons and ribbons and inherent arrays and the blur fill that goes along with it, but it's time to get a little bit more sharper in our focus. So we're focusing in on the bullseye. And this is a continuation. So we've been doing this for many, many years because we have to maintain the connection between the past and the present and the future. And all new knowledge seekers will be going through that transition that we've all been going through over the years. And each of us has gone through many degrees of shock and unbelievable confoundment. But the reality is the reality, and it's time to hit the bullseye with that. So let's remember what inherent means. It's existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. And we have that. It's inherent. What is an array? It's an impressive display or a range of a particular type of thing, or it's an ordered series or arrangement. And of course, you can use it as a verb to display or arrange things in a particular way. And of course, you have choices on how to do that. But things get blurry when we obscure by making confused in form or outline, making indistinct, such as the fog blurred the outline of the car. Many synonyms include a mask, a veil, dark and dim cloud. To dim the perception or susceptibility of, make dull or insensible. Boy, we have a whole gathering of methods of making things blurry. How do we make things less blurry? So we seek security. And what is security? Because true security leads to certainty. So a false sense of security leads to a true sense of certainty. I am the author of that quote. What does it mean? Well, as I investigate a bullseye, interesting things come up. You never stop learning. The bullseye, or bullseye, has, since 1833, been the name for the center of a target. Well, I know that. And by extension, since 1857, has been given to any throw, toss, or shot that hits the center. Well, I know that. But I didn't know that in some archery traditions, the term gold is used in preference to bullseye. In target archery, hitting the center ring of an international target is worth 10 points, or in 9 points if it's imperial target. But when you hit that bullseye, you've struck gold. Oh, isn't that interesting? But the bullseye term itself has been used since the Middle Ages to describe a hole, in particular where the breadth and thickness of the object was much larger than the hole. In this sense, it was commonly used to describe the pontile mark on medieval crown glass windows, where a blob, bullion from the French boule, of molten glass was attached to a pole and spun rapidly to flatten it out into a large disc from which windows were cut. The center was much thicker, with a small divot where the pole was attached. And this was referred to as the bullseye. Raise your hands if you knew that. But the bullseye was too dense for making windows, but often used for making crown glass lenses or deck prisms in ships to let in light to the hold below deck. And these were also called bullseyes. And by extension, police lanterns with lenses for focusing light into a spot became known as bullseyes. Well, I wasn't around at that time, so I have to accept this as the truth. And this thick glass was also called the crown. And the term bullseye became a slang term to refer to the British crown coin. Its use to describe the center of a target was first recorded in 1833. So according to the Oxford English Dictionary, or possibly as early as 1813, according to other sources. So the bullseye takes on a lot of different meanings. But when you look at the emission of attention from a plasma point, you have a launch point and you have a target point. Well, you better hit that bullseye. And that target point then has a launch point. And that better come from the bullseye to the target point. So in other words, when we talk about the emission of intention as the dynamic beyond the aura plasma interaction, the target point or destination point is the bullseye. And in the plasma science, you can't miss. So when we're talking about the third eye squeezy, that is why we have two eyes. And from that, we create one image. And that image is truly golden today because we have now understood the difference with the matter plasma dimensions. We thought that there's a difference between the physical and the plasmatic. Well, sure, the physical is gravitational where you can touch and see it, but the plasmatic is magnetical, you can't touch it or see it. But both are part of the feedback. The plasmatic is a substructure of the physical. And so whether we are discussing the matter plasma in the physical term or in the plasmatic term, it is still a feedback term, and we are feedback dominant. So in order to understand the rest of it, we have to take the old science out of the box and look at how things change significantly by levels of magnitude, that is 10 times 10 times 10. And so when we go from the micro to the nano, that's 3 orders of magnitude. And then from the nano to the pico, it's another 3 orders of magnitude. And is that to the extent? Well, I don't know. How big is large? and how small is small. So the principal matter, the PM ticks, are really, really small. That's why they're magnetical. And that's an energy pack. It's packaged nicely in a parcel. And these parcels travel all over the place and they diverge all through the universe and then they cross over. And when they come with a common denominator, they create a force field of dilution, bringing together the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen in the plasmagen conversion. But that is a maggrav in a plasmatic state. When we have another maggrav in a physical state, which we call our home Earth, and then we develop a field interaction with that, that becomes an inertia field of conversion to the physical state. And that's what we did. We did in Beijing, May the 10th, 2025, when the gold rush began. And this year, the silver rush has begun. And more things are going to happen because we're discussing the pico-atomic state, which is beyond the nanomonatomic state. And from there is an emission of a pico beacon. And it is gravitationally inherent in field strength. And from there, it creates an emission array. It's from that nebulous, blurry point in the nanogap of certainty that allows us then to see the difference between the transmission highway, the transition highway, and the transmutation highway of carbon-16. And that's what we call the elevation. But we're in the low transmission state because we are looking at waveforms in singularity. And so we constantly have to go a crooked mile just to drive a straight line. And this is part of our transmission where we zig and we zag. While the zigs are magnetical and the zags are gravitational. And it allows us to go from side to side. And in that way, we can descend down that big mountain. How big is that mountain? We can modulate it. So we can modulate it by the height of the sine wave in singularity. And we have a sharp focus. But if we have a sine wave in duality, well, maybe we dull the focus and it becomes a little bit blurry. So we understand that these frequencies, as in a sine wave in singularity, also has zigs and zags, except that they go up and down. And when you look at the sine wave in duality, well, there aren't any zigs and zags. They're just overlapping fields, and you can kind of walk across them as if they were stepping stones. And you want to pick the stones you step on because you understand that there's a foreground and a background, and if you step on the wrong stone, you'll fall into the water. So the books of Merentevic Holy Keshe, such as book number 1, discuss the universal order of creation of matter, how we bring together the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter. And then book number 2, the structure of the light, how we get from one matter to another matter. There's a connection. And then book number 3, the origin of the universe, where that one point splits into 2. Does that one point disintegrate? Or does that one point carry on in its structure? These are excellent questions to understand. Because from our point of view, for 423 weeks, Rick Raman and the Universal Council have been bringing together one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And we've been trying to get our physical planet and its house in order, which means that we have choices. Too many of us choose the path of self-destruction. We focus on our faults, failings, and weaknesses. And so we're called fallen angels because we succumb to this angular density where we're falling through weakness. Of course, we increase our density and therefore increase the pressure and the gravity and increase our dependence on Earth space feeding. But there's always this internal pressure of the Gauss fields, which offset that angular density so that the angular momentum is conserved. So that balance comes together in a duality. But we see the duality as duals, as a confrontation where energy manifests as a friction. And as we bring our hands together and maybe clench our fists, we manifest it to fighting. And what do? We create this density manifestation. We call that inertia as well. So gentlemen, shake hands and come out fighting. A very noble concept, isn't it? We have 10 commandments. Those are our commandments. Not a dog's commandments or a cow's commandments. They're our commandments. And then we find there's another series of missing commandments. We don't even have the complete package. And look at number 11, thou shalt not lie. Why? Well, we have energy binding, and this is important for our self-serving needs to create our dimension point. So when it comes to me, myself, and I, let's make sure that you know the truth as I see it. And my truth is at your expense. And why do we do that? Well, because we've all succumbed to being loose leakers, where our vitality is drained through our actions. It drains us emotionally and manifests in a drain of physicality. So it's time to gas up, and regular is not enough. We need to get super, because we have to engage in that transaction zone. And if you do it in singularity, that requires a solo effort. But when you do it in duality, it requires a partnership. Well, what is a partnership? It requires reciprocity, a balance of incentives, a novel concept. So the plasma rule is where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. How does that work with your business plan where the higher strength dominates the weaker strength? Yes, commerce is based on a transaction zone. That's a binding zone. But we see that as a point of conflict, as a point of competition. And of course, it creates a density manifestation, which we call inertia. So as we try and define things, and we look at colors, and we see the color wheel of red, green, and blue, but they come up with all sorts of colors because there are these blurry boundaries, and they give us this flexibility to see hundreds and hundreds of different colors. And they all come together in this blurry field. So nothing is more representative of this blurriness than Saturn's rings. We see these visible rings, and we see these shadows. We see that the body of the planet is different. And there's a gap between the planet and the rings, and there are gaps between the rings and the rings. And then there are other rings, and what's in those rings. And if we have a close look, and as we've seen with Rosh's studies, he examined the effects of the strong gravitational fields upon swarms of tiny particles. And of course, his famous theory was that the rings of Saturn were formed when one icy moon came too close to Saturn and was pulled apart. Think of it, it was pulled apart by gravitational forces. And he calculated a method to measure this. That became known as the Roche limit. So, as knowledge seekers, do you see the Roche limit as a pulling apart of the gravitational forces? So these rings are filled with all of these bits and pieces. But what do we see? We don't see the bits and pieces, we see the rings. And so when we look at a frequency like a sine wave in singularity, we just see the caps. We don't see the troughs. And when we have a sine wave in duality, that gives us more of a flatter surface. So by increasing the frequency, we become more stable. So when we're looking at this dynamic plasma, we can see that there's an inside and there's an outside. Well, our aura is the same thing. It has an inside and an outside. But we like to be very specific and say, well, this is me and this is not me. And so we put a fence around that. And that fence seems to be our skin. And then beyond our skin, we say, well, this is me and this is not me. But wait a second. You say, well, I have my space. Well, your space is not very physical unless you put a fence around it. So how do I not violate your space when I have a space? And what happens if we stand side by side? So you say, well, then we seem to be sharing a space, don't we? It's all very confusing when you start to think in those terms. So our points of view are the top only, that path link. The bottom is the blur fill, right? So we see the progress as we go along. But that susceptibility all comes together from the upness. But there is also a downness. So the upness is what we see, and the downness is just a blur fill that, gets us to the next upness. But we have this motion, and that's how the ray motion is part of creation. Where on the one side we have the balance of the natural decay and the natural creation, but on the other side we have a natural decay and a natural creation. And so there's a boundary in there, and it's kind of blurry, so we kind of fudge this. But that boundary area is a bonding area. And because it's blurry, then we fudge that as well. And we say, well, we're not exactly sure what's in there. Thank God it works. But we do know how to race cars, and we do know how to go from here to there. And this is especially important if we leave our home and go grocery shopping, get in our car and drive. Well, where are we driving? Usually it's the x-axis dimension on the ground. But as far as the Earth is concerned, it also rotates around its pole, which is a y-axis. And then the Earth itself is kind of a big and fat thing that's, big and fat at the equator and kind of diminishes towards the poles. Kind of like the glass turning of the bullseye. So as we're doing our dimension building, it starts from a point. In the plasma science, we refer to it as a pico point. And so you see the car. But either the car is moving or you're moving. No two things are standing still at any one point in time because energy is always in motion. So where you go from one point to another point, you just add a second point and connect them. And so those 2 points are not the same pico points, but you see the car go. One moment's here, one moment is there, and everything else that's in between, well, it's a kind of a handy blur fill. So we have a destination target. I want to go shopping. I get in a car. What is your destination? The supermarket. So what is in between? Well, that was just a point between the home and the supermarket. So we just kind of blur fill that. But we have to understand that in order for us to maintain our gravitational certainty, we are always having this rotating field that's going around. And the difference in that field strength is that when we leave, we become more dependent on that field strength to keep moving, and we become less dependent on it when we arrive. So the arrival becomes the destination bullseye along this x-axis transmission, which is perpendicular to the ground. So as we step on the gas, that input rotation is perpendicular to the motion, but the output motion is aligned with that rotation on the ground. And so we can move forward or we can move backward, whichever way we want to go. But when we look at on the pH scale, we have to remember that wherever we are there. So there's always a correspondence even on the pH scale, because when we look at the water, it always totals 14. And it has different potentiation layers. So we do the same thing. We have to go from somewhere to somewhere. Are you the same when you start to where you end up? We're just referencing the ground, aren't we, on the x-axis dimension? So there's another factor to take into consider, and that's the emotion of the position map. Because our aura is a dynamic plasma interaction. And so we have this rotating field, and we have this feeding radiance that's coming to us. But we are the feedback radiance. So our position is always a gravitational certainty, and where we go is also a gravitational certainty. And so to go from that one point of certainty to another point of certainty, you have to travel through that reality dimension. So literally, you're going from one bullseye to another bullseye, but you're doing this with your emotion. Because I want to go shopping. I want to go to the grocery store. So we want to come to Earth. That's another bullseye. So we have a physical field capture. And we call that rock solid evidence, isn't it? So that's our reality bullseye dimension. We're here, and we're here. And you know what? We have a lot of stuff that comes with us. We have a whole periodic table of elements, and that is also here. And every one of them is its own bullseye. Yes, we have magnesium and we have calcium right at the bullseye. And then we have these other things. We could have copper, could have silver, we could have gold. So they all kind of come together. So when we look at the rate of this tunnel transmission of where we are, we see the feeding soul of the source being specific, and it crosses over into no man's land. And then we have this presence of physicality, and that is a feedback of the environment. And that integrates with the feeding soul of the intention. That gives us our emotion of presence. So as we cross over in through the no man's land, we are undifferentiated. So we have our emotion of presence and we try and differentiate it, but there's something wrong with this picture. And you know it's true because when we look at a rainbow reflection, one rainbow arcs across the sky. And when we have a second rainbow, it doesn't arc in the opposite way. This is not normal. What is normal? There's a funnel transmission where the emotion of presence is between the arc of the soul of the man specific and the arc of the physicality specific. There we have the soul, intention, specific emotion of presence. And that's what we see based on the point of view of the presence of physicality. So when we look at the peace dome shielding, we have this RNA feeding, which is part of the feeding state, and we have this mRNA feedback, which is part of the feedback state. But our physicality is part of the matter-gen reflection state. And it comes together between two states. That's the inertia state. So when we look at the daisy chain harvest of, say, bodies of water, and we flow from one to the other, we don't have to terrace them. They can all be on the same level. We saw that in China. The star formation was all in the same level. And when we daisy chain them, there's a direction of flow and strength of flow, and it's determined by the input. So what I want is what's me. And as we go, whether it's the sun, the earth, or the vertical people, horizontal people, the human people, or the waste harvest, it all goes out because that's not me. So we're constantly going from point to point. That's me, that's not me. And then now that's me and that's not me. Well, now that's me and that's not me. And everything else in between is kind of a blur fill. You got this flow that is the connection. And what do you get? You get this plasma energy in motion, how it's traversing this no man's land. And so if you increase the strength of the flow, then it pushes out a wave. But there's a resistance. So you have to push more to overcome that resistance. Because the resistance is the feedback. And the resistance is the highest at the farthest point. So that's a linear point of view. But if you think of all of these as being rain barrels, and when the rain falls, well, it hits the target. It comes into the rain barrel. And then from one overflows into the other and keeps on going all the way out. Well, what is interesting about the raindrops is they act like a beacon. From wherever the rain hits, a wave goes up. And in order for a wave to go up, well, another wave has to go down. So as it goes as a beacon, it has a magnetical strength, and that is imparted through its gravitationally inherent picocore, and it radiates out, doesn't it? So the raindrops always hit the bullseye, and the waves go up, and then the waves go down. Oh, wait a second. The waves go up as crests, and then the waves go down as a trough. Wait a second. We see the crests, but the blur fill fills the gap, the ups and the downs. So as the crest goes up, the trough goes down, the crest goes up, the trough goes down, and then there's stuff in between, and we don't know what that is, but what part do you call the wave? Oh, the wave comes onto the beach. The wave crashes to the beach. What part is crashing? Wouldn't that be the crest? We don't consider the trough. And when we see the waves crash onto the beach, well, where did this wave come from? And we know that the waves are crests and troughs that radiate outwards from a center point. That center point is the bullseye. And from that bullseye, it doesn't just go in one direction, it radiates in all directions. And if you would say, well, there are 360 degrees in a circle, so you could say that it radiates out in 360 points. But is that how many points there are in a circle, or are there other points in between that we're not taking into account? Well, that's okay. We'll just fill those in blurrily and radiate outwards. But what about the other half? Because if we're looking at the wave in singularity, we just see the crest. But what about the trough? Oh, wait a second. There's something wrong here. Yeah. Let's look at the trough. So we see that there's a crest and there's a trough, and it radiates out in all directions. So we're not accounting for the motion of that wave coming from that center point and radiating out to the outside point. So that center point is the gravitational point, and the outside points are the magnetical points. And there's a constant changing as we go from point to point between the relationship from the gravitational to the magnetical. So the gravitational feeds and the magnetical receives, and then the gravitational feeds and the magnetical receives. So the magnetical keeps moving out. But it isn't just moving out the crests, it's moving out the troughs as well. So when we look at the nanostars and how they are created, they develop a synergy based on the two sides of the same coin. And they can be head to head or tail to tail. So when we look at the core component, we have to understand, is the MAGRAV star formation head to head or tail to tail? And since like poles repel, how do we get the infinity loop of the two MAGRAV states? And where is that connection? So in singularity, if we stack up these nanocoatings in layers and they stack up together, you get this core component stacking. So the stacking is based from its gravitational emission out to its magnetical. But there's this center point. And that center point is not just static, but there's a motion. You get this laminar flow. And you get a physical acceleration through this plasmatic superconductivity through that blur fill threshold. And so you get this motion. And so you see these two magnetical fields coming together. So we tend to discriminate the selection of our personal star of physicality. But we're governed by the soul of physicality of our sun. And there's a blur field threshold that crosses from that pre-selection process and the solar physicality of the stars in the universe. And the sun is shielding us on many levels. So the soul of the physicality of our sun affects the soul of physicality of our earth, which affects the soul of physicality of ourselves. And so it's all based on energy and motion. And energy in motion has multiple dimensions. And so based on surface to volume ratios, we can determine the negative and positive charge. And by putting a bend like a wave, we have another dimension. And that dimension, known as the inflection point, is the difference between here and there. There's one side, there's another side, but there's an upside and there's a downside. And based on the orientation of that inflection point, we can see whether or not it's positive or negative. And so we find that the oxygen is positive and the hydrogen is negative. And so this is how we look at our elevation. That position of choice comes together with two fields, giving us gravitational stability. So our outlook is that magnetical stability, and it's all determined by the emotion of our position. And so we can change that, and we did. We brought together the humanity civilization, and we have so many of us, and each of us is a beacon of that inherent dependency on this earth space, but each of us is unique. And we've categorized us as individual races. And yet all of these different races have the same story of the Great Flood. It's probably the only thing that all of us agree on. So when we look at the nanocharges, they all agree on this beacon charge and this beacon discharge. So we have the gravitational core and the magnetical outer part. And so that gravitational core being the lowest common denominator, being the copper wire, we coated it with nano coating, which happened to be made of carbon. And it was a nanocrystal of diamonds. And we could align that. And through that monatomic alignment, we created superconductor. And then we nested these layers in monatomic layers. But these layers have nano gaps. So this gap is, if you take the index fingers and point them to each other and then rotate one hand 90 degrees, you create a tetrahedron. Inside the tetrahedron is the gap. So when you look at that tetrahedron called the star formation, we have one magnetical orientation and we have a gravitational orientation, the coming together of the matter state, dark matter, and antimatter. But remember, that magnetical point is also coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state. So our Earth is also combination of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. So wherever you are, wherever you put your boots on the ground, you're not upside down, you're not down under, you don't walk on the ceiling. You always have this gravitational certainty. So when we look at the mountain ranges, they also have an inherent gravity, which is emitted from that picocore. So the mountains themselves have a gravitational conformation with respect to the Earth. And the mountains are above the ground, but below the ground, the mountains are going the other way. And they get either to be a valley or get filled up by water. But there's always one side and another side. You always have two sides of a mountain. You never see a mountain, half a mountain. So that mountain has an inherent gravity. And if we were to rotate that mountain by 90 degrees, now we have to see that the top of the mountain is not at the top and the bottom, but at the left and the right. And if you do that to two mountains, then you bring them together, and we see we maintain the same gravitational conformation. We have an inherent gravity at the picocore in duality. So the integrity of the formation is there. But now we've created a different mountain. Not only does it have a left side and a right side, but it has an up and down. And of course, here we are the array, and we can be on the flat, or we can be on the up, and we can be on the down. And our boots are always on the ground. So when we run the plasma reactors, we create this inherent picocore. The rotating reactors are driven by motors filled with GANs. And when we structure them in a star formation, in the picocore, we get a gravitational conformation. And that's what we did in Beijing. And you see the star formation, well, it's kind of flat, but it's not in singularity. Each point in the star formation is in duality. And in its duality, each rotating ball has multiple types of GANs in there. And it was raining gold. And some of them fell into the spoons. We put the spoons out there to capture the gold. The gold was the bullseye, not the spoon, because the gold was everywhere. The place had to be cleaned up because there was a dynamic blur fill in these reactors. The target was Earth, not the spoons, not the floor, not the people. So we are also beacons of consciousness. And we're called organic because we are carbon-based. But as we link up together, we have a left hand and we have a right hand. But we also have an upness and a downness. But our boots are always on the ground. So at the root of our creation is the DNA transcription. And as we see with this waveform, there's a difference in the healthy state, which is alkaline, and an unhealthy state, which is acidic. That waveform stretches as we tend towards the acidic side. And when we become flatliners, we are totally anaerobic, devoid of oxygen. So when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, when it's alkaline, it is compressed. When it's healthy, it's just right. And when it's acidic, it stretches out. So any point in between, we can exist until we hit the maximum. So in that process, we are all nanostars and we have this multiple monatomic energy flow. We're all superconductors at room temperature because we like in room temperature. That is our inherent connection line. And the difference between us and inanimate things is that more than 3 in a chain is a polymer. We're not polymers. We are a beacon of consciousness. And so to maintain our balance, as we emit, there's an upness and a downness. And in order to maintain this balance, there's a blur fill in the gap. So then we understand the structure of the phospholipids. They bring together these hydrophilic heads and the hydrophobic tails. Differentiate between the outside and the inside. But the hydrophobic tails are magnetical, so that transition zone is kind of a blur fill gap. And then when we see that these tails are made up of essential fatty acids, and they're in a straight, balanced line, they form the skin of the cells. but energy comes in and energy goes out. So there's a transition in and out. But there are heads and tails on one side. There are heads and tails on the other side. And there's this gravitational transition in between. And that allows us to exchange energy. And in that process, we create this bending, that inflection point. And so we can create hydrogen and oxygen. And at the same time, we create protein. So in effect, we don't create H2O, we create H3O3. And we still maintain that amino star and with 3 hydrogens and 1 triple oxygen, that star formation. And that's how we balance off the fields. This is our plasma matter dilemma. Are we in the atomic state, the nanostate, the GAN state, or the plasma state? Well, we understand now that one side has to be balanced off with the other, but we also have this MAGRAV energy transfer state that allows us to go from state to state and from side to side. And so we can have this crossover of this blur-filled transaction zone between the plasma reality and the physical reality. And so we see that as these cells line up and they create this circle, this radiant circle that comes out from this gravitational bullseye in the cellular nucleus, we create this magnetical array. And the exchange of energy has to cross this cell blur-fill boundary that differentiates between the inside and the outside. So now we understand the digestion. It converts food to GANs. That's part of the energy supplementation. And to absorb that nutrient essence, it's a gravitational attraction of that energy. And then what we don't need, we call it waste. That release of the waste essence is a magnetical repulsion of energy. It's all energy. And the facilitation of the physicality comes from that calcium inherent characteristic at the gravitational neutron, that nucleus, where you have that internal pressure. And so that becomes our gravitational neutron certainty, that interaction between the intensity and the outintensity. So there's an interaction on the magnetical side on the outside, there's an interaction on the gravitational side on the inside, and then there's this transition zone in between. And it's all based on charge, and charge is in motion. Energy is always in motion. It comes from the plasma state to the GAN state to the nanostate to the atomic state or whatever state, dependent on the convergence of the forces. So we demonstrated this with the GANs of the soul by using the cups of life. We took 2 cups of emotion and created the GANs of the emotion. And we took 2 cups of physicality and we created the GANs of the physicality. And when we took the GANs of the emotion and the GANs of the physicality, we created a GANs of the GANs. And that gave us a gravitational certainty in that transaction zone at the picocore, the nucleus of all of our cellular parts and pieces. You are a gravitational entity traveling in a magnetical field. And that field is connected to the cup of the universe. And so we take the copper, which is physical, and the zinc, which is emotional, and the carbon, which is a connection to that. And so our existence is either a symmetry or a reflection of the radiation of the love that's coming from the Creator. And if it's coming from the Creator, it's coming to our gravitational position in our physicality, isn't it? So when we're looking at our physicality, is it a reflection or is it an illusion? And are we just at the point now where we're pioneering America? Do we really know what we're doing, or are we basing everything on Aphrodite, the ancient Greek goddess of love? Is that the whole picture? Or is there another picture? Is there an upness? Is there a downness? So when we look at the carbon inertia highways, that each point, and we have multiple turning points, has a substructure. So the cosmic rays maintain their equilibrium the same way. So each point has a magnetico-gravitational relationship, and each point becomes gravitationally certain. And then to interact with another point, it has to have gravitational stability. So as the magnetical fields flow around, all around, the gravitational points always point to the center, that picocord. So this is how we have the creation of the free plasma. It follows this inherent connection line, that transaction zone in one star formation, and how it interacts with the transaction zone of another star formation. And so we can squeeze this plasma state and mold it however we want, depend on that gravitational picocord. That's why you have the flexibility of your body and the flexibility of your skin and everything else, the coming together, the creation of life using carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen to create the structure within a structure. So when we created this rain of gold in Beijing, there was this inherent susceptibility and singularity. And how do we determine this inherent susceptibility in duality? We had to facilitate a gravitational completion by way of an external input of the Lagrange field of humanity. Yeah, you are the gold finger. You're the one that changes the counterweight measure, where on one side you have the physical and the atomic state, and the other side you have the nuclear and plasma state. And in relationship, one is gravitational and one is magnetical. So all of that stems from a balance, whether it's in the physical state or the plasma state, and no two fields are the same, even though they all come from the same point, because they don't come with the same baggage. If you look at a plane load of people coming in, and you see at the baggage rack, they all have different bags. And in those bags are different components. So you have this diversity, and that's what we see in the plasma. But in the relationship, one is magnetical, one is gravitational. And so that dimension array point comes down to that transaction zone, that gravitational certainty. You have arrived. So oxygen is the same way. That's what crossed the threshold to give us that gravitational certainty. It was an emission light ray and then became a non-visible gas. So we took that plasmatic decay to GANS, and GANS decay from gas to liquid to solid. The inertial density manifestation is gravitationally inherent through that oxygen. Major component in water, which is a universal solvent. And we use that as part of our supplementation. This is required due to our consumption that we've gained through an acquired knowledge given to us by conditional teaching by ancient teachers. But what about the unconditional teaching by the Creator? showing us a new awareness, how we can cross that historical threshold. It could be hysterical between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting, because these inherent attributes give us a gravitational confirmation at that gravitational center point, that gravitational pico core. That's a gravitational certainty. That is a mutually assured point of construction. And so when we look at the cornerstones of the spheres, we see the coming together of three dimensions. And we become just monuments of litter here or here or here. And so we have this blurry point of stability, or a blurry point of security, or a blurry point of certainty. But when you bring these three dimensions together, that is your position, bullseye. We're in uncharted territories, but we are an array within an array, and there are many stars beyond the nano monatomic state covering the full range from decay to radiation. We are the bullseye, the AI, the ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertial product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. And so we understand that we have the capability in our hands, the technology to facilitate energy portability between that energy state transition, which we call elevation, that takes us from the physical matter state to the energy state, or that inertia, which takes us from the energy state to the physical matter state. When we talk about elevation, it obviously involves expansion. From that bullseye, the rings radiate out in all directions. And so for 635 knowledge seeker workshops in a row, we've been trying to bring together that greater oneness, that greater bullseye that teaches us how to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. It's all part of the cosmic ray transmission. And our next sessions are coming up in April. You can join us to participate in understanding how this energy transition is done, and feel firsthand how our research teams are turning diamonds to gold or silver. As we said, we are in the beyond the main, the 10th of 2025 Pico Core of Truth era. And so we're bringing that scientific rescue, opening the blinds so we can hit that bullseye, one nation network at a time. And that time is now. So as we said in the 630th Knowledge Seeker Workshop, we have this embedded inherent frequencies. And the soul of physicality has a threshold. Right now, it requires a blur fill. But perpendicular to that, things are always in motion, because the soul of physicality always hit the bullseye, can't miss. That bullseye is one planet, one nation, one race, and one world peace treaty. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. And you can help us achieve this goal, because that is all of our goals. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations. We're learning about the new frequencies of the new organic plasma science. By way of the World Peace Treaty, that's what we need to choose. We need to sign it unconditionally and mean it sincerely. See, the point of the true Picotech is the polyatomic core manifestation. These overlapping ribbons of Earth space create this peace dome. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? It is time to learn the history of self in a universal context. The pico state silently explodes as a peaceful superconductor. The field strength is at the inherent bullseye of the pico cores of matter, plasma and universal states. The plasma science needs to continue to be enhanced daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So yeah, welcome to the new golden outer space age. And that's the end of this session, but it is also the end of the intermediate PICO series. I hope you enjoyed the trip. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Alex. Are we going up or down? Are we going from pico to femto, or are we going from pico into nano in our next incarnation, in a way, of teaching? But thank you for presenting. And let's see if any of the participants have a comment, a question, or another issue unrelated or related to Alex's teaching, but related to something within the Keshe Foundation. Gail was mentioning earlier about this gap, the energy gap. I think, let me just take a look at the transcript there, where I think he mentioned gap a few times, but he said you have to look at what we call the space gap of energy. What it creates that pulse, what does it create that frequency that leads to the creation of such an object? So this gap, can we see a gap like this? Can we measure a gap like this? Can we control a frequency or an emotion? I think the gap is the emotion, but how do we play with this gap that we sort of can't see, but maybe we can feel? Any thoughts, either from Alex or anyone else, or Gail? Maybe you can add, maybe I'm not being so clear about what you wanted to say about we have to look at or understand this gap. Mr. Keshe is saying.
I think, yeah, it to me, it's indicating that if it's too far away, then you're not close to the creator, that kind of thing. And also, can we actually see things through the soul, even though we only see a small spectrum through our physical eyes?
Anyone want to talk about this gap?
I thought Gail was doing a terrific job.
Would you like to?
That's a good way to get out of it. And by the way, Alex, I had to stop and laugh when you said hysterical because it's very appropriate. Thank you.
So biologically speaking, we do understand that there's an inside of the cell and the outside of the cell, and we do understand the orientation of the hydrophilic heads and the hydrophobic tails. And we know that these tails are made from the essential fatty acids. So there obviously is a gap between the inside and the outside. And you know that when you come home, you open the door and you walk through the door and you come to the other side, you cross that threshold. At what point of that threshold are you in the threshold? And at what point are you different from inside or the outside? I mean, you could be outside and let's say it's winter and you're wearing a winter coat, and then you go inside, but you're still wearing a winter coat. Well, I thought you were coming inside. You don't need your winter coat inside. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm still thinking that I'm outside. Have you ever gone outside into the cold without your winter coat? Oh, how come you're surviving? Oh, yes, I have heat coming from the inside, but I also have heat inside the house. So now that you're in the cold, do you suddenly freeze? Well, I'm in the process of freezing, but I haven't frozen because I'm getting cold. But then there's some people who can do quite well in the cold. They don't even need a coat. So the conditions change, your adaptation to the conditions change. And so whether you're inside or outside is dependent on how you cross over. That crossover point is that blur fill in between. And so where are you? Are you on the inside or the outside? That's not what matters. What matters is where is your target? So really, I often wondered if I'm going somewhere by a train, I'd like to get a window seat so that I can see the view from the train. I'd like to sit down and maybe I would like to have a beverage and, feel comfortable. Will we need to have a window seat when we do the transmutation? Because it's going to be instantaneous. So you're not going to have time to say that you need a beverage. You're not going to have time to drink, and you're not going to have time to see it and see the sights. You'll be going so fast that it'll all be blurry. And you won't be able to see it. You'll just know this is your launch point, then that becomes your landing point, wherever you're there. And that point in between, well, that's the in-between point, isn't it? That's the part between here and there.
Okay, it's still a mystery. I thought Mr. Keshe said at one point in time that the cosmic rays or the fields interact in the space gap between the RNA and the DNA. This is where the actual fields do their work, but what gap is there and what fields to introduce to get what you want is still quite a mystery to me.
Well, if you are at a launch point and you're looking at a target point, now you have a specific direction. You have chosen a specific direction. But your emission of intention radiates all around. It's like a raindrop. It emits a wave. So on that wave, you have a choice which way you're going to look. And to determine where you're going to look, you have to make a choice. And you say, well, how many times have you asked the kids, and I guess we've all done the same thing. Oh, what are you doing today? Nothing. What do you mean nothing? You're doing something. And then, a wise guy said, well, I went to the washroom today. Well, congratulations. I'm glad you were able to go to the washroom. But I mean, when we say, well, what did you do today? Besides just exist, just besides just being a lump of coal, did you do anything that was beneficial for humanity? Oh, no, that's beyond my pay grade. I just want to play games. Just tell me something that's warm and fuzzy and I'll be happy. Well, that's good. That takes care of me, myself, and I, but it doesn't take care of anybody else. And so what we have to realize that if we want to have the benefit of our emission of intention, we have to enlarge our scheme. We can't just look at what we need. We can't just say, I'm the target point, you launch it to me. Why? Why would I want you to be the target of my emission? So a lot of them substitute the launch of emission as being a punch, a bullet, an injection, something that violates your skin. And then, of course, worst of all, a verbal abuse. You want it? Here. How do you like me now? Well, why are we operating in that way? Because that just diminishes everything. Not only does it diminish the target, it diminishes the launcher. So you cannot attack another army without depleting your arsenal. So hopefully you have enough time in between attacks to replenish your arsenal. And then when you tally up the score and you find, wait a second, I have less because I've launched my arsenal. And guess what? My neighbor who I targeted also has less. Well, congratulations. You are a man of means, and you have created less and less. Less for yourself, less for the other. Well done. Did you want a cookie? Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a comment or a question? And again, Alex, when you say you're gravitational traveling in a magnetic field, whenever I was thinking when he said magnetic field, he was only talking about the magnetic or the giving or the pushing end of it. But when he says magnetic field, I think he's representing both gravitational and magnetical. But it's just a little tricky on the wording when he says magnetic field. We use magnetic fields because within the magnetic fields are gravitational and magnetical. They both have to exist, even if one is stronger than the other.
Well, of course, the strongest one is that raindrop that hits in the bullseye. And that's one of the things about these raindrops. When you have one raindrop that hits, it creates this wave pattern that emits out. But what happens when you have another raindrop that hits? Well, it also creates its wave pattern. Well, guess what? These wave patterns overlap, right? So in some cases, when these wave patterns combine together, they become stronger. And when they become troughs, they become less. And so the waves get higher and the higher or the lower, and they're always changing. But you can go through this water, and even though it's raining and all these raindrops are coming around and creating all these waves, all of the waves are a magnetical representation of the bullseye hit of the raindrop. And you're walking around through this or swimming through this magnetical field. So this magnetical strength is imparted through its gravitationally inherent picocore. That inherent core is what hits the bullseye and determines the conformity of the wave pattern. So why are these waves all different? Because you get big drops, you get small drops. There are no two drops the same. And they don't all hit in the same location. In fact, I've never had an opportunity to measure this, but the only time that you can get a drop that drops in the same location is like in a cave where you have stalactites and stalagmites. So at that point of dropping, it drops down to a point of receiving. And so in that process, the stalactites and stalagmites grow. But I don't see any growth of these raindrops, except these raindrops are coming in and adding to the gravitational stability of the body of water. So if the raindrops are falling in a puddle, well, that puddle will get bigger. If the raindrops are falling in a lake, well, that lake will get bigger. But when the rain stops and the sun hits, and now these raindrops are being evaporated, then that body of water, be it a puddle, it'll dry up, or the water level will drop down. And then, so that's the difference between flooding and drought. Flooding and drought are extremes. So engineers like to think that they can mitigate this with dams and things like that. But clearly, with the weather patterns that we've seen in the last couple of years, whatever mitigation the engineers have been doing has not been enough, because the weather patterns have been extreme. So what has caused that change? There must be some kind of interference. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for sharing that. Anyone else have any other questions, comments? Did I have my mic closed? Are there any other comments, questions, or issues? Alex or anyone else? Sounds like everyone is satisfied up to this point. Thank you, Alex.
Well, thank you, everybody, for allowing me to continue to present. And thank you for supporting the Keshe Foundation. Remember, we're all part of the Keshe Foundation. So in essence, we're supporting ourselves through this knowledge. And we have a whole generation of youth that has not had the best education and has not really understood how society really works and how it should work. And there's a difference between the man-made reality and the universal reality. So let's continue teaching, and let's bring peace and prosperity to this planet. It's actually a very easy thing. And let's look to a new series, a new future, and a new reality. The reality that we've all been dreaming about. Thank you so much.
And somebody put something into one of the chats, and maybe we'll talk about this. I think Alex would like to. Remember when we
Sorry, Mark, just check on your, when you put in the info at Foundation, it's got an A in there. Is that a correct thing or?
Oh, I'm not sure. I might not have typed it correctly. info@Keshe.Foundation.
Yeah, the first one, I think, or third one.
You're saying?
You put INFAO.
Okay. Info at. Did I
You,
get?
no, you put an A after the F.
No problem. We've repeated it many, many, many times. It's info.
Yeah, I'm just saying in case people are.
Oh, for sure. Put it in every week, though. And Mr. Keshe announces it often as well. info@Keshe.Foundation. The symbol. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Let me just check that.
Yeah, this in Brazilian, in foul. That's okay.
No problem. So what I wanted to bring up, where we said the blue jeans were not really blue, and this is another one of these anomalies in a way. So I'm going to share the screen. Let me bring up this little video, 45 seconds, and it's something to do with the with the butterfly. I think we'll probably have to share this again. Let's just see. It's rather small, but try this again. Where did my share screen go? Here it is. And we're talking about a butterfly. and the wings of the butterfly. Now, Mr. Keshe went through some examples with the little hummingbirds there, who seem to change their color and on their head or on their body just through somebody was saying is the change of the light. Mr. Keshe was asking if it was the change of the emotion instead of just the way the light was hitting the bird. But here, is it the same with this? Let's just take a quick look at this. And again, this is a blue butterfly, but the butterfly has no blue in it. It's just a series of nano-coated sort of plates in a way. You can sort of see them here. But let's just show this quickly. I can't seem to get the screen to go much bigger than this. Let's see what happens if I go to enter full screen. Okay, it does, but I lose my other screen completely. That went black. But let's play this and maybe Alex or someone else you'd like to comment on this blue.
Look at this blue morpho butterfly. Its intense cobalt glow represents a radical biological illusion. There is zero blue pigment on these wings. Zoom in, and the surface reveals thousands of overlapping chitin plates, arranged like microscopic roof tiles. Cut deeper into a single scale under an electron microscope, and you find an intricate nanostructure shaped like tiny pine trees. This is a complex photonic crystal lattice. Its vertical ridges are spaced exactly 200 nanometers apart. When sunlight hits this specific geometry, a physical mechanism called constructive interference activates. As light strikes the lamellae, longer red and green wavelengths penetrate and are absorbed by a dark basal layer. Meanwhile, blue light waves reflect in perfect synchronization, amplifying each other. Shift your viewing angle and the vibrant color collapses into dull brown. Evolution did not paint this wing, it evolved a precise nanophotonic structure.
Okay, let me escape out of this maybe I can't now. Okay, now I have two black screens. I'm going to need some help. It doesn't, let's see what happens here. Oh, okay, I think I've lost something. Were you able to see that?
That was excellent.
Okay, we thank Andrea for that, but I can't get out of the screen. Let's see if this will work.
Mark, on the upper left, upper top of it there, you see the red. I think it's the whole page. I may be wrong, but
See
is that?
I can't seem to get out of this. Huh.
Oh.
I don't know why. Escape. Okay.
There are two screens marked as oh yeah, there you go.
There it is. Okay. So yeah, I just thought I'd show that. Again, it may be a different process than the blue genes. I don't think the blue genes have any nanoplates or crystal structures within them that can't hold the blue, but that's the way it works in nature. And as they said, as the light changes, Mr. Keshe said, is it the emotion of the bird or is it the light that changes the color? We have a video on that somewhere as well, where there was a period of teaching where he showed that little, I think Rick brought it up, and we saw the little hummingbird change from red to green and he was wondering, is this what we can do with our emotions? I don't think Mr. Keshe was wondering, but I was wondering. And perhaps, as he said, with a slight change of the emotions, the hair could change or the skin color could change as well. We haven't understood really this creation of the emotion in a precise way that it gets results rather quickly. But it's there. Any comments on this butterfly?
So how do we recreate that butterfly wing? Can we do it? Can we change our RNA so that our skin reflects blue or whatever color we'd like? Is that possible?
Our aura does. So that's the difference between the plasma reality and the physical reality. So the blue genes are a physical thing. It's a physical man-made thing, whereas the butterfly is a plasmatic manifestation. And so that is inherent in its own structure. But when you look at the delicate nature of the substructure, and my hat's off to whoever made that video, they brought together a very important point. And speaking of points, you can clearly see that in the lattice structure there are peaks and valleys, and that there are tree-like structures. So you have roots at the gravitational base, and you have these ridges which are like trees in the forest. And it's actually, what is surprising is not the structure. The surprising thing is our inability to explain this and understand this and teach this, in our schools. And it doesn't have to be at the university level. That can be at the very early stages. Whatever, that we are need to understand the relationship between the top and the bottom, the ups and downs, the magnetical gravitational, the positive and the negative. So Mother Nature seems to do very, very well. Try and replicate this yourself, and then you understand that when a doctor talks about creating life, and say, well, tell me, how to create a rabbit or a butterfly or an egg. We could do a lot of things with modern medicine, but we cannot replace the creator. However, we can use the energies and the gifts that the creator has given to us, because that is unconditional. So what that means is undifferentiated, and we can take that energy and manifest whatever we wish. So obviously the butterfly has manifested its whole thing. I just wonder if this butterfly, which at one point was a caterpillar, was it able to see its wings? And did it know that it grew the wings? And did it remember that at some point it didn't have wings? So, these are really, really good questions. But look at the leaf that it's sitting on. That is not a damaged leaf. That is a leaf that is made in that particular structure. So these are the wonders of nature. But nature is teaching us. We just have to remember that we are the students, and this is a garden, this is a nursery, and we are the seeds in that garden, and we are also part of the growing. As we grow, we learn. That's the purpose of life. So God bless everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I just thought we'd share that. Any other thoughts, questions, anything about the game? Any other issues? Continue to explore the game. As Mr. Keshe said, there's much that will be put into this game in the very near future. Well, maybe next couple months or maybe next couple years. But give the foundation and its team time to sort everything out with the game. It's not perfect, I think, yet, and this is why I think he said we're not going to advertise it much until certain things get worked out and other things get settled in the background, and as far as the pay and the backers for the coin and the rest. Apparently, I don't understand it fully, but there's other ends that need to be tied up, and that's what's happening. So continue to give to the team that's developing this game, and it's a gift to humanity, and you're part of, again, carrying this small carpet corner of a very large carpet. We're all just carrying a little small facet of it in a way, but we're adding, just like what Alex showed in the drops. The larger or the smaller, it doesn't matter. They're all contributing in whatever way you see fits you. Anything else from anyone else? Otherwise, I'll play the final disclaimer.
Hey, Mark, I was just wondering, I don't know if you remember a while back, we had that big pack that they sent out that we bought. It was, like we had all kinds of stuff that they gave us.
Oh,
And they gave us the zinc, the CO2, the packs. And then somebody asked, how do you use those? You remember what Mr. Keshe said?
no.
I don't remember either. I mean, you can put it in a I guess big bottle or container or glass, and then you use it as I guess drinking or.
You're talking about the replication unit?
No. There was a while back. There was a big pack that we ordered. It was you had they gave you all kind. They got your shirts. They got your the packs for eyes, the all kinds of things. Yeah, it was a pack that we bought.
Okay.
And I bought, and then now, like, it was CO2, paint pen, all kinds of things that they got.
Okay.
And then somebody, like I said, was asking, what do we do with those CO2s and the zinc?
Keshe said many times there's a lot of things you can do with it, but yet he said he'll explain a little bit more. Usually these products do come with some sort of info sheet within them.
I'll take a look and see but it was just it can be used for a lot more than we think. That's all.
Yeah, and in different ways, when he explained the pain pen before and how it was shaped in the star formation and how you could regenerate that pain pen and the sharing of the pen and so on. So there's a lot to open up. And he said that about many things, from the discs to some of the other cosmic ray units. He said, we'll teach you how to use them in the future. But maybe getting connected into the gameplay as well. I think some of these devices may be energized with the gameplay. He even said that the Ubisoft unit would become also part of the gameplay, or an aspect of it would be embedded into the game. It's very far reaching, and again, beyond our imagination in some of these things that it actually could be done at this point in time. But if you're not, it can be done. Anyone else want to help Micah here? And thank you. Ed mentioned your deep dives he was looking into, some of the things you had shared. And where did you share those, Micah? Or did you just send them directly to people? And some of the questions you were asking, Mr. Keshe, about.
Sorry, what was the question, Mark?
You said, are you the one that developed some of the deep dive?
Yes, correct.
Ed was complimenting you on your work there.
Thank you.
I didn't know where you had placed it.
Yeah, well, if you want to get me on Telegram, Mark, I can send them to you as well, or you could also ask Ed to send them. I tried adding you on Telegram, but I don't think I can. Some sort of settings. Yeah, maybe you could try to add me or something like that.
Okay. I mean, aren't you in the Telegram?
I am, yep.
Okay, then you should be able to connect with anyone else.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me connect with you for some reason. I'm not sure. Maybe it's my settings or something.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how these mechanisms work, and they seem to be updated and changed and everything else. So
yeah.
I'm sure we have enough, but yeah, he complimented you on your work as far as deep dives into some of these things. I imagine you had the AI help you a bit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I was using Claude Anthropic.
Yeah, they do seem to have some integrity, that Claude and Anthropic, as they didn't want their systems to be used. I think they already been canceled, right, by the Pentagon and others?
Correct. Yeah, they did not go through with that contract, thankfully.
Right. Well, Mr. Keshe has a way of canceling contracts as well.
Yeah.
You can hear from the recent workshop. So not unusual, but we have to give a tip of the hat to Anthropic for standing up for some principles and not for the funds or the money they would earn from the contract. It's a different kind of, I guess, Claude is their AI. Is that the idea? I had just heard that it's more ethical and not wanting to track or trace or keep your data so much as many of the others do.
Yes, it's one of the more ethical ones, I would say, for sure.
Okay, anyone else want to help Micah with his question here about sorting certain things? Of course, you can write into the foundation info and see what you say at Keshe Foundation. as he said, the more you put into many of these things, the more you get out of them. But I think there's a lot of things. Even when we went to Sanya, Micah, he brought us in. We were going to test the system, and we did test the system. But and some people had more success with it than the others. But at the end, he said, we brought you into the system, but we didn't tell you how to trigger it. But again, he was just testing more and demonstrating more. So there are ways to trigger it. And I think the more you put into it, I think it's like the game. Perhaps the more you put in, the more you'll get out of it, he said.
I wanted to make a comment.
Of course, any.
For the patches, I just make plasma water with them. So I'll set the jar of water on top of the patch. I just wanted to answer that question.
Okay, and like transfer.
Yeah, it works really good.
Okay. Any other comments? And I'm sure there's much more ways of using many of these things than we're actually privy to at this point in time. But I think, again, they're going to, well, he did say the store is going to go into tens of thousands of products. So I guess we will have matter state products as well as working on the energy dimension, or the GANs of GANs, just the two energies, your cosmic rays interacting with the cosmic rays of the system to produce a new emotion. This is what we call the GANs of the GANs. All right, let me bring up the background. If there's no other comments or questions, we'll play the final disclaimer. Anyone else?
The store. What's the best way to get? I still can't get into the store through my computer. I'm sorry.
I thought you had resolved it at one.
No. What I did last time is I just sent an email message. I told them, I said I'd like to buy this, and this through the email, and they sent me the order, and I just went through Wise and sent the money. That kind of worked.
Again, perhaps a change of browser. I've been hearing some funny things about certain very popular browsers that have a way of limiting access to certain things that their algorithm perhaps is blocking. So perhaps trying another browser like Brave or what's the other one? Yandex. You may find the Keshe Foundation link there and connect to it, perhaps, unless there's something internal to your system, which probably it is. As I said earlier, it's not so much the program or the store as it is with us or our system that's not able to connect.
Okay.
I wish I could help. Has anyone here experienced the problem, and could you offer us your solution and how you worked around it? But it sounds like you found a workaround, even though it was a little bit difficult.
Yes.
Michael, what is the actual address that you use?
For what? For the store?
Store, yeah.
Yeah, just I go right to Keshe Foundation website, click on store.
Okay.
And then, but it won't. Go ahead.
I've been using HTTPS and then colon and 2// and then I just put in store.keshefoundation.org, and then sometimes you can try putting another slash and then the word store again.
I put
on the chat. If you try it, I think I open right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Were you able?
So what is telling me? I'm sorry. What is telling me right now? I just went on the Keshe Foundation, and then went on the store, and then it's got forbidden. You do not have permission to access this resource.
Yeah, I don't use that. I don't. anymore.
Raphael said you have to clean your cookies in your computer.
Okay.
So if you clean your cookies, maybe you can get it.
Okay. Okay.
But even the link that I put in the chat, Milan, is not connecting you.
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, because otherwise I think it's something setting in your system is blocking it.
I just opened mine again. It's so easy. But it does look funny, you know, you've got store at the beginning and store at the end, but it works.
Yeah.
Try the when now it's like, let's say when you go on there, I know you can, there's a button that says, you just click it and it'll just cancel. I don't get that button. That's what it is. I'm just wondering why. And go ahead.
Yeah, that's happened. It's happened to Rick as well, and I asked him specifically for you how he undid that, and he said he couldn't remember.
Sure. That's fine. We'll figure something out.
It happens to it does happen, and I think I have one of my bookmarks. If I click on the Keshe Foundation store, it says exactly the same. Forbidden. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a shame because that's the only thing that works for me. I had a lot of trouble before. So yeah, and Mark, you've got it in there.
Right.
The right way. It's the right one.
Have a couple people test that link I put in the chat, and if it opens for one person and doesn't for the other,
opens for me. Yeah.
So that means there's something in your internal system, I think, not your personal internal, but in the computers.
And also, I use the browser Vivaldi, and I don't have much trouble with it. It seems to be very straightforward.
Okay. Yeah, these computers can, they do have the ability to block and limit certain informations or misdirect you or direct you in a way that you didn't think you were being directed in. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the background of these structures. That's one of the reasons I wanted to become more unconnected, because it's just too tangled to keep up with. You don't know when you're being subject to whatever you're being subject to.
But we operator error.
Yeah.
I was just used the link over here, clicked on there, it's still saying forbidden.
Yeah, there's something in your system that's causing that to happen. If someone else can click it on from South Africa or other places, and it goes right in.
Yeah.
And you would think the last place, but it actually works here.
So I'm using it on the computer and on my phone. It's still the same thing.
Yes.
So okay.
If you have the same.
Which browser are you using?
I was using Google. I was also using
I don't touch
Firefox. I was also using DuckDuck.
I used to use DuckDuck, but apparently Google has taken it over.
Oh.
Yes, they did. Even though they kept the name the same, I believe it's part of the.
I don't use, yeah, it won't work very well at all. I just use Start Page and Vivaldi, and they seem to be very good.
Yeah, try the Russian one, Yandex, as a search, and maybe it can bring you a link that will allow you to go in. I don't know the solution, and I'm not good with these mechanisms. Not terribly good.
Okay, thank you.
But message the Keshe Foundation and see if there's a response of why you have tried and can't get in. Maybe they have the solution. As I said, Rick couldn't remember how he corrected it, but he corrected it within minutes. So I'm saying it's some sort of setting, I believe, or perhaps browser.
Okay.
Not positive, but I'll ask again just to see if it comes up, and because obviously we want you to be able to, and everyone else to access the Keshe Foundation store. But soon to be, and maybe it'll appear on Shopify before we remedy your situation. I'm not sure when that will take place, but he did say the Keshe Foundation store will disappear under its cover now and will reappear on Shopify or perhaps some other places like the One Nation Network. We'll see.
Awesome.
Yep. Okay, if there's no other thoughts, comments, or questions, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Session will come to an end, and we'll meet you in one of the upcoming meetings. All right. Thank you all for being here. Have an amazing rest of your day. Continue to spread the plasma technology knowledge, even though it may sound strange to many others. They're locked into the matter state as I was, and just coming out of it. So, and if they do understand something, don't rub it in their face or I told you so. Stay on the humble position because even we don't know very much about the entire matter up to this point. But I think that it will be a rapid progression as knowledge is transferred through cosmic rays rather than the conventional way of reading books and the rest, even though that will still play a part. Mr. Keshe has a number of books to finish. But I think a lot of this understanding will start to get transferred through the cosmic ray technology, and that's what we're testing in the background, or those who are in those monthly sessions are helping to perfect this transmission and use of the cosmic rays touching the emotion. But we'll see, and it's going to come through the gameplay on the next session, so I don't know what that will entail, but it won't go through the Zoom anymore. It'll be on the internet, obviously, but once the One Nation Network has the cosmic ray antenna, even that aspect will be eliminated, as I understand it. We won't need the internet. We'll have our own independent, self-maintaining, self-supporting structure. And of course, the other structure will still exist. You'll still have to operate in that structure for some of what you need. But as time goes on, less and less of that structure will you need to engage in, as I see it. But it'll still exist, and you'll probably still have to engage in it for certain reasons. Paying taxes or doing other things or, visiting people or, meeting. You'll still have to do things, but the other system is there and it's just in its infancy and waiting to be enhanced and developed by all of us. So he gave the gift and now it's for us to promote it and support it. Okay, nothing else, then we'll continue next week. See you all next week. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time, your presence, and we acknowledge you that you're here, or that the souls have brought us together in so many ways. I think we're going to understand more, much more in the future, and this will become, as he said, child's play from the transmutation to understanding more, but keeping the mind frame that there's still much, much more to understand. So thank you all, and see you next week. Okay, it looks like it got a flat tire somehow, so we're going to bring this up again. Let's just close this. Let's see if we can bring it up one more time. Sometimes these things do happen, or videos and other things get stuck. Let's try it again. As you can see, this is sort of on the run production, not pre-recorded whatsoever. This is a live event. Here we go. Let me lower the volume a bit. Sometimes they come in overpowering.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.